Good morning, folks in the audience. The chair that leans back the furthest as we kind of embark on our next chapter within leadership of the board. So I first just want to start off and thank President Darling and the entire Lake Region State College for their hospitality last night. It was a very joyous time to meet with our colleagues and visit, so thank you very much. With that, Christy, we would start with calling the roll.
Board Chair Hacker.
Here.
Dr. Ryan.
Here.
Ms. Nesset. Here. Mr. Morton. Here. Mr. Trainer. Mr. Deshak.
Here.
Mr. Mahalik.
Here.
Ms. Louders.
Here.
Ms. Mattern. Dr. Dragseth.
Here.
Thank you. And next item, we have three meetings of minutes, and we will attempt to take all three of them at one time. I hope you've had some time to review those. Are there any changes to the June 26th, 27th, which was a leadership retreat, or July 11th meeting minutes?
Chair Hacker, I would move approval of those 3 minutes.
Thank you. There's a motion and a second. Christy, if you call the roll.
Mr. Morton. Yes. Mr. Deshak.
Yes.
Ms. Nesset.
Yes.
Mr. Mahalik.
Yes.
Dr. Ryan.
Yes.
Ms. Louders.
Yes.
Board Chair Hacker.
Yes. That will move forward with the rest of the consent agenda that's in front of you. Are there any items that a member would like to have removed and have further discussion of?
Chair Hacker, I'd move approval of the consent agenda.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Christy, if you'd call the roll.
Mr. Deshak.
Yes.
Ms. Louders.
Yes.
Dr. Ryan.
Yes.
Mr. Morton.
Yes.
Ms. Nesset.
Yes.
Mr. Mahalik.
Yes.
Board Chair Hacker.
Yes. We'll just stand at ease for just a minute. I'm having some IT troubles. Lost access to the agenda. Not good. Apologize for the delay. We'll keep moving on with board business, starting with the meeting calendar. Christie circulated the 2020 draft State Board of Higher Ed meeting calendar for your review. This is part of statute and following the rules for us to publish a schedule. And that schedule is, has the ability to be changed and moved. So is there any questions on the tentative schedule for next year? Hearing none, we do need to adopt the schedule for next year. Madam Chair?
I do. I just have a comment. I just want to just bring up the topic that I have value in attending other campuses such as this, at what we're doing today. And I know 2020 is set, but in the future, just a voice out there that I do like going to the campuses. I know it's, and for me, I'm one of the furthest out, but I think there's value in getting around to the campuses to some degree. So I'd like us to consider that in the future.
Member Nessett, thank you for the input. We'll notice that we do have numerous campuses outside of BSC on this calendar. And Christy and I were visiting about trying to move one of those Eastern meetings a little bit further west. I don't think we've been to a couple of Western campuses. And so it is a tentative schedule, and we're working on some logistics to move one of those a bit further west. So appreciate the feedback. Again, we do need to adopt the meeting calendar.
Second.
Thank you, Christy. There's a motion and a second. If you call the roll.
Ms. Louders?
Yes.
Ms. Nessett?
Yes.
Mr. Mahalik?
Yes.
Mr. Morton?
Yes.
Dr. Ryan?
Yes.
Mr. Deshak?
Yes.
Board Chair Hacker?
Yes. The next item is item number 11 on our agenda, the NDUS strategic plan, which we worked on this summer, and some amendments. Mr. Phil Wisecup.
Had him. Can't hear you. He just walked in. Phil. Just made it just in time. Your item is up.
I apologize, everybody.
Try to make a better story about your aircraft carrier.
I apologize, everyone. I had to take the keys to my car back to my wife.
Sure.
The infographic that you'll see here in front of you was done by none other than our Dr. Jen Weber, head of institutional research. And essentially, our goal was to try to streamline the metrics and see if there were metrics that were no longer useful. And so after talking with you earlier and also talking with the Chancellor's Cabinet, what we're recommending is that we actually add a couple of new metrics. You can see at the bottom here, increase the number of non-traditional students, age 23 plus, and also monitor number of partnerships with industry, both of which go to workforce adaptation. The other minor changes was, to, we changed the number of businesses to the number of people trained by Train ND. And then the last one was to eliminate the improved IPEDS 150% graduate rates. And that was, that's pretty redundant, and as Dr. Weber will tell you, that's covered in other areas. So the great thing that I like about this infographic that Dr. Weber prepared was how you can see that from the goals across the top, how they map to the strategies and then the metrics. Interestingly enough, and I won't belabor, but there's an article in the Harvard Business Review that says, "Be careful that your metrics don't become your strategy." And I think that was it's the cover story. And in the end, as you know, we're preparing to look at our 5-year strategic plan, the board's 5-year strategic plan here over the next year with the help of the presidents and their leadership's team. So in the end, this is what we're proposing. You can see what the original group looked like on this side, and then the proposed changes on the other side. So if you agree, this is the way we'll proceed.
Thank you, Phil, for the update. Are there any questions? I do appreciate the work that's went into this. Strategic plans are probably the most important thing we do. And appreciate your work and including some tweaks and allowing some feedback at some prior meetings. So that, any other questions for Mr. Wisecup?
And when we get to the section on the presidential goals, they are voluminous because they all map to this. So when I get to it, I'll be fairly quick because we don't want to spend all the time, but you can see these match with what was sent to you with all the SPOL links, which then they map to their individual circumstances. So that's how it all ties together.
Thank you, Chancellor.
Chair Hacker, I would move approval of item number 11.
Thank you. There's a motion.
And a second?
Second. Christie, if you, any discussion? Christie, if you'd call the roll?
Ms. Louders,
Yes.
Mr. Morton,
Yes.
Ms. Nesset,
Yes.
Mr. Mahalik,
Yes.
Mr. Deshak,
Yes.
Dr. Ryan,
Yes.
Board Chair Hacker.
Yes. Thank you. That brings us to item number 12 on our agenda, which is the Bismarck State College presidential search. The campus has been convening some meetings and beginning to build out a committee and structure. Bismarck State College has elected to internally run their search. They have some very talented folks there and some bandwidth that has also helped with some of our other campus presidential searches, including Valley City State University. Before we dive into this, I would just ask President Scogan to give us about 30 seconds on capability to run that search internally so that there's confidence within the board.
Thank you. I was well prepared for this, President Hacker. We've got folks that had, when I was chosen at Bismarck State College by the State Board of Higher Ed, the committee that ran that was actually internal. So the same person, Rita Lindgren, who's the chief of HR, she ran that search, and at that time, they thought it was a successful search. I don't know, I'll leave it up to you. And so then the next time there was a search at Valley City, they asked her to run it again, and she ran that for Valley City, and Dr. Shirley is a result of that search. And so as we moved into my announcement of retirement, then the campus came together and came and talked to me and said, we'd like to run our search again. And so it saves money for them, obviously, and it's a good opportunity for the campus to go through it again because Rita Lindgren, who's chief of HR, is retiring this year as well. And so she has a deputy that she's going to walk through the process so that they can continue to have that skill set. So I'm very, very confident that they can do it. Thank you.
Thank you. I do believe they did. She has done a wonderful job in 2 presidential searches. With that, the action before us is to appoint a board member to that search committee. Member Mahalik has shown some interest. If there's other interest to serve on that search committee, we're happy to take others as well. Otherwise, we'll look for a motion.
I would move Member Mahalik be selected as co-chair for the Bismarck State College search, presidential search.
Second.
Thank you. There's a motion and a second. Any discussion? Christie, if you'd call the roll.
Mr. Dishock?
Yes.
Mr. Morton?
Yes.
Ms. Nesset?
Yes.
Ms. Louders?
Yes.
Mr. Mahalik?
And I abstain from that or say yes? Yes, yes, yes.
Dr. Ryan?
Yes.
Board Chair Hacker?
Yes. Motion passes. Thank you, Member Mahalik, for your service and helping lead the BSC search.
Looking forward to it. Thank you.
That will move on to the next item of business, which is the Chancellor goals. And I'll just start off, we're going to ask the Chancellor to do some presenting here. I do appreciate the Chancellor sharing those goals with me ahead of time and tweaking them with some of my recommendations. I will add not all. And so maybe there may be some further discussion, but I think they're robust in nature. And so with that, we'll let you kind of lead the way.
First, I do want to thank Chair Hacker because we did, and I took, I think, 8 out of the 9 suggestions, and he was very kind about that. This is how I would see it. What do you think? And I think he also steered clear of potentially getting into a complex legislative issue, because obviously one of the key functions we have in the system office is to support the legislative studies and initiatives. So I just want to thank him for his support and all of you for your support. The system, as you recounted back at the retreat, has been running well. In fact, the U.S. News World Report ranks state systems, and we did come out number 6 out of 50 using several metrics. And we, you'll see reflected here, much like what Phil just briefed here, lots of continuity with the goals and directions. Again, much like last time, it's structured over policy development. That's one of the main things we do here in the system office. Also studies, and I'll get into several new studies that we have adopted with the Chancellor's Cabinet, which will be coming forward with you in updates. Continuing to manage the system office, we're still pretty light, and I just want to thank my staff for doubling down, doing double duty on things. For example, one goal that was already accomplished this summer due to the aggressive timeline that both Chair Hacker and legislative leaders wanted was 1171. That was the workforce bill, in-demand bill, one of the most creative things in the whole workforce field. And with Lisa Johnson's leadership, working with Michelle Comer, the Commissioner of Labor and then Commerce, completed that by August. But these were all additional duties Brenda Zastapol taking on. And so that's the main structures, the policies, the studies we're doing, but also one of the major shared services is the whole IT integration that falls under the system here, and we'll continue to push forward. One of the areas that Chair Hacker pushed us harder on, and we're going to come back with some updates, and that is this huge issue of predictive analytics, better understanding where students are, and there is major issues developing with private vendors on this. There's now a federal investigation on what's happened to this data. So wisely, with the leadership of Darren King and Jen Weber and other people, we are taking the approach of using our own longitudinal data system so that we keep this data in-house. But as Chair Hacker asked, so what are some milestones? How are we getting there? And I'll be coming back to him on that. But again, thank you for support, and thank my staff, because this is all derivative of obviously the work we're all doing. And then lastly, for the presidents, they are the consulting analysis group that's doing the studies and have done the studies to develop policies for you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Chancellor. Appreciate your time on the goals, and I think they're well-founded. Are there any, is there any feedback from board members? Areas that you felt maybe were missing? Or?
Chair Hacker, I thought it was very good. I reviewed it. The only question I had for the Chancellor was, does stood up mean the same as staffed up? If you read that little line somewhere in there, and apparently that's a military term.
Right. Yes, Phil, yeah. But actually, if I could, my staff actually said, Chancellor, stand your ground on this stood up, because we haven't got any more staff to do any staffing yet. So we've stood up new policies with the existing staff. So, but correct, that is a Navy term.
I have a question. Are we making any progress on succession planning? Are we making any in succession planning, at least the leadership development?
Thank you for that question, sir. And I know you've been asking that for a couple years. As you'll see, it is in there. One of the main jobs we have is the cabinet mentorship. Based during your leadership time, we now have the surveys to come back on how better to work with the cabinet. The problem, as was identified by both you and Chair Hacker, is if we begin to identify leaders in advance, these are all records that can be they can't be held in an executive type session. And so the complexity of how you begin to identify people and communicate to them that we would like you to be eventually the president, and then you later have a presidential search. So we haven't solved that problem of how you can do that and also protect the privacy of the people who are pondering whether they want to be on that track. So I would say at this point we're still trying to think through how we get around privacy of people, their rights to think about their careers, and not when they have it subject to everyone reading, their strengths and weaknesses as we mentor them.
Yeah, and I appreciate that the open meeting laws, the presidents are hesitant to put things in writing, and I don't blame them for that. I just wonder if there's, if we could take a more of an informal approach, where as a chancellor you have conversations with the presidents that aren't open to open meeting laws. You have conversations sometimes in the private sector, we call it skip level, where you give the deans a chance to visit with their managers, the president, and their skip level person is you. And sometimes discussions at that level for the chancellor and for the deans are very productive too. So I just wonder if there's some informal process. At the end of the day, if the campuses are successful, we're successful. And I do get concerned, and I fully appreciate and understand a policy is important. We've got to, and we're a part of a state organization, and just sometimes so much focus on policy and governance leads to bureaucracy. Then you become an administrator, not a leader. And I think we just got to guard against that. Just my thoughts.
Thank you.
Thank you, Member Morton. That was an area that the Chancellor and I did discuss, was adding emphasis on leadership development within the goals. I'm hopeful that he'll add that. And the other area that we did discuss, that there were some tweaks, but really where the rubber meets the road is the strategic plans of the actual institutions. We have a strategic plan that kind of guides the system, but where we educate students is at the campus level, and those strategic plans, in my mind, are as, if not more, important than a system strategic plan. And so I've asked him to engage with the presidents in both leadership development and development of institutional specific strat plans that I think are vitally important.
Excellent. Thanks, Nick.
Chair Hacker.
Yeah, Member Leaders?
Yes, just a quick comment. That's been mentioned. I really appreciate the alignment between looking at the system-wide strategic plan and how that aligns with the president's goals, the system goals, the site goals. I would invite the chancellor to make a comment about how you see the board's goals through the board's self-evaluation kind of complementing your work or our work.
Well, as I mentioned in the beginning, I just want to thank the board for all the work they do. In fact, I have a good friend who runs a major system, and they had quite the scuffle. It was in the national press, and they basically are adopting much of the structures we have here to get the board more involved. And as all the board chairs know, the committees, you do a lot of work, and the real power resides in the board and the committees on every issue. We're really advisory, everything down to budgets as well as president selections and whatnot. So I would say that the board's been quite responsive. The board studied itself and realized there needed to be a need for a governance committee, which they've created, which has been steadily engaged. They anticipated the digital privacy issues, which are becoming national, and they established a research committee to try to elevate the research mission, which 4 years ago there wasn't even an explicit research section of our goals. So I think it's been adaptive. Is it perfect? I defer to the continued self-evaluations, but definitely it seems to be adapting to the changing needs of the campuses.
Any other further discussion? We will need to adopt these, and I believe the Chancellor has some notes to take back, and I'm sure we will have follow-on conversation about some of the feedback from the board here today to maybe advance in some additional areas beyond what are written in the goals.
Chair Hacker, I would approve the Chancellor's goals as presented with modifications as you, the Chair, deem necessary.
Second.
Okay, there's a motion and a second. Any discussion? Hearing none. Christie, if you'd call the roll.
Mr. Mahalik?
Yes.
Dr. Ryan?
Yes.
Mr. Morton?
Yes.
Ms. Louders?
Yes.
Mr. Deshak?
Yes.
Ms. Nesset?
Yes.
Board Chair Hacker?
Yes. Thank you. That brings us to item number 14, North Dakota State University honorary degree. And as traditionally done, this information is passed out at the meeting so as to not try to make a press announcement with our board action. With that, Lisa Johnson, if you would go over the honorary degree information.
Materials that the board chair directed you to. As required in State Board of Higher Ed Policy 430.1 pertaining to the award of an honorary degree, a request from North Dakota State University detailed in the materials distributed before you to award an honorary doctoral degree, a Doctor of Science, to the individual cited for outstanding contributions to NDSU, to include decades of instruction, research, and other noteworthy accomplishments. If approved, NDSU will make the arrangements to notify the individual and extend an invitation to the commencement activities.
Thank you, Lisa. Appreciate that. Board members, any questions? Need a motion on this as well, and preferably one that does not recite the person's name.
I will move approval of the proposed nomination for honorary degree.
I'll second.
Motion and a second. Any discussion? Christie, if you'd call the roll.
Dr. Ryan?
Yes.
Mr. Mahalik?
Yes.
Ms. Nesset?
Yes.
Mr. Morton?
Yes.
Mr. Deshak?
Yes.
Ms. Louders?
Yes.
Board Chair Hacker?
Yes. That'll bring us to item number 15, and in a similar vein, in attempting to not make press announcements here, because this is a major event coming up for the University of North Dakota and the naming of the College of Business and Public Administration, not a building. And so with that, some information is being passed around, and I would turn to President Wynn for some presentational remarks.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair Hacker, and members and guests. It's a pleasure to bring this proposal to you. Let me indicate that before I go with the formal request, I want to indicate that I personally have reviewed a dossier that was prepared about the proposed naming opportunity, looked into issues that could be conflict of interest or other issues that might come to light, and I am satisfied after reviewing that dossier that this is an appropriate proposal to bring forward to you. With that, I would like to say the University of North Dakota and the UND Alumni Association and Foundation request that the North Dakota State Board of Higher Education approve the naming of the UND College of Business and Public Administration for Werner and Colleen Nistler for a new college building on campus to be known as the Nistler College of Business and Public Administration. Werner Nistler Jr. grew up on a farm near Golva and in Beach, North Dakota, and earned an accounting degree from UND in 1968. He is founder and chairman, and Colleen is vice chairperson of Touchmark,
which owns 14 full-service retirement communities in 10 states and 1 Canadian province. This includes Touchmark communities in Bismarck and Fargo. The Nisslers also have owned medical records processing companies along with several other businesses. They also formed Touchmark Foundation, a nonprofit foundation dedicated to enhancing the well-being of seniors by providing nursing scholarships to aspiring students, distributing food boxes to seniors and families in need, and funding university-based research. He and Colleen have 6 children. Touchmark is headquartered in Beaverton, Oregon. You have in front of you more details that are provided in the accompanying piece of paper that you have, and it is a real pleasure and honor on behalf of the university and the foundation to recommend this to the board. Thank you.
Thank you, President Wynn. And are there any questions from the board members?
I would move approval, or Chair Hacker, I would move approval of the naming of the UND College of Business and Public Administration for Warner and Colleen Nessler, and I'm sure it's well-deserved.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Any discussion? Christie, if you'd call the roll.
Mr. Morton?
Yes.
Dr. Ryan?
Yes.
Ms. Louders?
Yes.
Mr. Mahalik?
Yes.
Ms. Nesset?
Yes.
Mr. Deshak?
Yes.
Board Chair Hacker?
Yes. Congratulations. We look forward to the public announcement and the exciting news coming up. That brings us to the board policy items. And as staff looks at their policy items that they will discuss, any that you feel that we could take as a group is greatly appreciated. And so feel free to mention a number of items if you would like to take them together, but please do go through each. The first one up is item number 16, first reading of tax exempt bond issues. David?
Chair Hacker, with your permission, we'd like to remove this one from the agenda today. We found some additional items that need to be discussed at the office yesterday. However, I have 2 more on the agenda I could go through.
I'm going to turn, do we need a motion to remove it from the agenda at this point in time? It sounds like there's a little more homework that's needed.
Because the agenda was already approved, we would want to have a motion to remove that from the agenda.
Is there a motion to remove this item?
So move.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Christie, if you'd call the roll.
Mr. Deshak?
Yes.
Mr. Mahalik?
Yes.
Mr. Morton?
Yes.
Ms. Nesset?
Yes.
Ms. Louders?
Yes.
Dr. Ryan?
Yes.
Board Chair Hacker?
Yes. Brings us to first reading of number 17, 307.1. Lisa?
We'd probably cover items 17, 18, 19, and 20. They are all rather minor edits. I'll elaborate just briefly on each, pausing if there are questions from board members, but would seek a motion from a board member to approve all as first reading upon completion and questions that the board members may have.
Great.
The first being Policy 307.1, Institutional Organization Notice and Approval. This is probably the most substantive edit that we've made on any of these policies, and this one happens to be in an audit review. It was determined that the university system in the creation and naming of schools, colleges, centers, institutes, that perhaps our policies should have sort of a 2-step process, much like our academic program approval process. Creating an exploratory phase that then permits the institution to do some preliminary fundraising, talk to individuals, develop a strategic plan, then returning to the board for more formal approval of the center, institutes, et cetera. And so that's the primary edit before you today on Policy 307.1. I'll pause for any questions that board members may have.
Dr. Gregseth?
My mic is working. My light doesn't come on, so thank you, Jill. This is one that our faculty did have a little bit of a concern about. If the NDSUS requires a two-phase process for a reorganization, maybe a cost-saving plan, you're going to take some departments and put them into school to have one head person over that academic unit. It seems unnecessarily lengthy to go through the two-phase process for that. As many schools are trying to become leaner and meaner, it seems like, waiting and going through two phases and doing the explorative phase for just taking 3 or 4 departments and putting them into a school does seem a little cumbersome to us. We do understand centers, institutes, and academies, but we would prefer that the other changes not be made.
Okay. Chair Hacker, if I could respond?
Absolutely, sure.
Board Member Dragseth, one thing to emphasize on this one particular, centers, institutes, really, there's some language in there that says it has a region larger than that of your institution. And so as a matter of routine practice in academic affairs, we have a much more straightforward form. In fact, every single month we have numerous requests, just as you described, combining of departments, reorganization of divisions, sort of that internal movement within the organizational chart. And we handle that on a monthly basis internally, and they never even go to the board, those what I call internal reorganization. These centers, institutes, we had academies, those all, again, much larger that includes more than that of the institution. And I think that's, in response to yours, I think if that allays you at all of those concerns, would be that it's a much larger role or function in the community or state or region.
Right, and we were fine with the centers, institutes, and academies. It was the other part of it.
Gotcha. Okay. Any other questions from board members? Okay, if not, I'll move on to Policy 511, Student Criminal History Background Checks. This one is also, appears to be a minor edit, but it is significant in that it permits colleges and universities on the common application for admission to no longer require asking all of the safety and security questions. And just for the board's reassurance, it's not that those aren't being asked, but those types of questions by institutions who choose not to ask them at the time of application are asking that prior to admission into particular programs, prior to moving into a residence hall. So it's just because of moving those questions into a different point in which they're interacting with the student. So you'll just see language that says the questions may be required as opposed to shall be required. That's the only edit on Policy 511. Okay. Any questions from board members? Okay. Policy 605.1 refers to academic freedom and tenure. This is extremely minor. It's just written out what was originally an acronym in the policy and is the appropriate title of the document that we use as a guiding document pertaining to faculty rights related to academic freedom and tenure. And the actual document name is the 1940 Statement of Principles on Academic Freedom and Tenure with 1970s interpretive comments. We kind of discovered this while working on our freedom of speech policy during the legislative session. So this is, in my opinion, very much a housekeeping detail. Questions from board members? If not, the next, last one in my collection would be State Board of Higher Ed Policy 918 regarding alcoholic beverages. Again, in my opinion, it was a housekeeping detail. Our compliance officer noted that we had language in point 4 that said originally said the chancellor shall adopt procedures to implement policies around alcoholic beverages. In reality, our campuses have always had individual campus-specific policies on alcoholic beverages. And in fact, the reason this is misstated or inaccurate in policy is that the chancellor in the university system cannot have system-wide policies down to the institutional level. That's actually required by federal regulations with the drug-free schools and campuses regulations. Our schools refer to it as EDGAR 86, and there's an incredibly detailed list of things that the campuses have to comply with. And so, and they've, I just want to reiterate, they've always been doing this. So the edit today before you in Policy 918 regarding alcoholic beverages is again affirming that and that is retained with the institutions in compliance with federal regulations as well. And I did review a number of them. I received copies of the campus policies on alcoholic beverages, and they're substantial, and they are constantly working on those. So I'm very comfortable leaving that under the purview of the institutions. That concludes the policies kind of coming out of academic and student affairs, and seek a motion from the board today to approve the edits presented today.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson. Are there any questions on any of the policies?
Chair Hacker, I'd like to move approval of the first reading for Policy 307.1, Policy 511, Policy 605.1, and Policy 918.
Second.
Thank you, Member Loiters and Ryan. A motion and a second. Any discussion? I know that there's been some feedback on 918, and I do understand this is a complex matter of who really kind of regulates this area. And in practice, it's been happening at the campus level anyways.
Yes.
So just to clarify, because the press has picked up on this a little bit, and so we're really conforming policy with what's in practice and to meet federal law. And so I also personally believe that these types of regulations are best done and executed as close to where the issues lie, which is locally. And so appreciate the work that went into this and the responses that Ms. Johnson gave back to the concerned groups. And so thank you for doing that.
You're welcome.
And mapping out the reason why. So, that there's a motion and a second. Christie, if you call the roll.
Chair Hacker.
Oh, go ahead.
May I make a comment? On policy 918, throughout discussions and letters written to us by constituents, I just want to reaffirm the importance of ensuring that our students are dealing with things discussed such as alcoholism appropriately. When speaking to campuses about this policy, there was a lot of concern that was thankfully not needed because of the procedural nature and the administrative nature of this change to allow it to go to that local control where we have individuals very concerned about the safety of our students. And I wanted to really affirm the importance of that. And I believe at our next committee meeting, we'll be discussing mental health, alcoholism, things of that nature for the state board. So there are conversations. This is important, and I'm really glad we had constituents reach out to us to discuss the important nature of those things.
Thank you. Seeing no other feedback, Christie, if you call the roll.
Mr. Morton?
Yes.
Dr. Ryan?
Yes.
Ms. Louders?
Yes.
Ms. Nesset?
Yes.
Mr. Mahalik?
Yes.
Mr. Deshak?
Yes.
Board Chair Hacker?
Yes. That brings us to item 21 and 22. Ms. Grindy, do you want to take them together, or would you like these to come separate?
Good morning, Chair Hacker. I believe they should be separate.
Thank you. We'll start with 21.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair Hacker and members of the board. I'll be presenting two policies. The first one is HR 20, Other Paid Leave, which adds a definition for administrative leave. Since the first read, there have been no additional questions or comments shared with the HRC. So with that, I'll open it up for any questions on the addition of a definition of administrative leave to HR 20.
Any questions from Ms. Grindy?
With that, I would entertain a motion.
Looks to clarify administrative leave, and I think it's something that's actually in practice to ensure that it's clear what it can and can't be used for. I think this gives HRC some clear direction on how to utilize this tool.
Chair Hacker, I would move approval of HR 20, other paid leave.
Second?
Thank you. There's a motion and a second. Any discussion? Hearing none. Christie, if you'd call the roll.
Ms. Nesset?
Yes.
Mr. Morton?
Yes.
Mr. Deshak?
Yes.
Mr. Mahalik?
Yes.
Ms. Louders?
Yes.
Dr. Ryan?
Yes.
Board Chair Hacker?
Yes. Brings us to item number 22. Ms. Grindy, if you're still on the line, HR 22.
Yes, thank you. Chair Hacker, members of the board, this is HR 22 Family Leave FMLA. It's second read of changes that provide consistency for measurement period and running leave concurrent with FMLA, running paid leave, concurrent with FMLA. So to refresh your memories, during the first read, which was back in June, it was brought to our attention that State Staff Senate would like to explore the changes further. So Sandy Lillyhaugen, the HR director of Lake Region State College, which was my a former HRC chair, and myself, attended a State Staff Senate meeting this summer to gain their feedback and answer more questions. Their main concern was a possible negative impact on employee morale, especially for those employees that want to save some leave for planned appointments that would occur after their return from a medical leave or FMLA. So although we understood those concerns and we validated them, our response that day was FMLA is a law and not a benefit, and we had advised campuses to follow a consistent practice to avoid any risks. So to date, those are the concerns and feedback that we have vetted. So I will open it up to any more questions from the board members.
Chair Hacker.
Thank you, Ms. Grundy. Yeah.
So we as Staff Senate have discussed this extensively. And I first off would like to thank the board for the actions in June to delay this and allow for a separate second reading so that we had that opportunity and that time to discuss this. So we greatly appreciated that. And I also do want to thank Ms. Grundy for her work really above and beyond in communicating this policy with our staff, attending that meeting, and answering questions that staff members have had. We really do appreciate that level of engagement and look forward to continuing that as well. I'd like to point out one of the topics that we discussed at our June retreat was the issue of recruiting and retaining employees. So all of us who are here who were present at that retreat did discuss the issue of a question regarding retaining human resources and human talent, recognizing that we are in a global competition for that talent. We recognized also that NDUS institutions are losing our staff to other systems outside of North Dakota. We're losing to K-12 institutions, and we're losing to private businesses. So in order to achieve our system goals of meeting the state's workforce needs, I think we do also need to pay attention to meeting our own system office and campus employee needs. And that partially means retaining the employees that we have already spent the time recruiting, training, and employing at our institutions. There have been many challenges to recruiting and retaining those qualified institutions in higher education. Many of those challenges have been outside of the control of this body. And I believe that makes it an even higher priority for us in this board to show the support for employees and the staff members that I'm speaking on behalf of in the ways that we do have the capability to do so. Staff across the system have been deeply wounded over the past few years. In the meetings that I've had with staff members since taking on this position, I've heard a few common themes that have come up at every institution, regardless of their size or of their mission. Those themes have been along the lines of increased workload and associated challenges, a chipping away of the resources that they have in order to carry out their duties, and this FMLA policy. So we've discussed this policy at several staff meetings. Individual campuses have had the opportunity to discuss it at their local campus level with their HR. We do also understand the desire from the system office to have a uniform policy at all 11 institutions, and the need for that was also clearly explained to us by Ms. Grundy. But we feel that the policy as it is currently proposed does not prioritize staff members or provide them with the benefits and the options that would encourage them to continue to view higher education in North Dakota as a good choice of an employer. Our primary concern is that with the absence of a paid parental leave policy, many new parents use the federal FMLA policy as a maternity or a paternity leave allowance in order to recover from the birthing process or to bond with and care for a new child, whether by birth or adoption. Individuals may take the 12 weeks of leave that are authorized under this federal policy in a paid or unpaid status, depending on their personal leave balances available to them, and many employees do plan to return to their employer afterwards. That means then, of course, that a majority of employers returning to work after the birth or adoption of a child are doing so with a newborn in their household. It's no secret, newborns have frequent doctor's appointments. They get sick, especially if they're in a daycare setting. Those illnesses do occur frequently, and it requires a caregiver to stay home with them. Our concern is the way that this policy is proposed, it would require employees to exhaust all of the paid leave available to them before they return to work. putting that employee in a position where they are struggling to juggle the demands of being a new parent and caring for that child with the demands placed upon them by their employer with no paid time off to care for that newborn. So while several HR members at the campus and institution level have indicated to us that they would have support for employees taking an unpaid leave status as needed for time off for those doctor's appointments or to care for that child, that unpaid time off does not come with the same legal protection that FMLA status does afford. In addition, it means that any new parents are unable to take any other vacations or restorative time away from work until they are able to accrue that more leave to do so. And when the little time off that they are accruing when they come back is going to be mostly used for doctor's appointments and caring for the sick child, it could take some time to accrue any more restorative leave time. That has a consequence of burnout among employees and increased low morale. It's proven that employers who are more supportive of new mothers, specifically in returning to the workforce after giving birth, are more likely to retain that new mother as an employee, thus continuing to recoup the investments that they've made versus those employers who are not as willing to make accommodations. Staff feel that requiring employees to exhaust their sick and vacation time in concurrence with FMLA leave shows an unwillingness to support employees in maintaining that work-life balance. This is then contrary to the goals of the board in recruiting and retaining high-quality employees. Again, in the absence of paid paternal leave or maternal leave, staff would like to see board support for new employees and new parents by allowing employees the option to retain up to 80 hours of leave accrued if an individual has that leave available to them prior to taking their FML leave, and maybe use that 80 hours of leave as needed once their FMLA leave has been exhausted. We feel that after several years of no pay raises, multiple cuts to staff members through RIFs, through early buyouts and other reductions, staff continue to feel essentially unappreciated. And then requiring them to exhaust their leave would add to that feeling of low morale. We feel providing employees with the option of reserving up to 80 hours of leave to use after returning from FMLA leave would show support for staff members and send a strong signal of value that they have to their campuses and to the State Board of Higher Education. Thank you, and I'd stand for any questions.
I have a question. So does this HR 22 address your concerns?
As currently written, we feel that it's causing the concerns. Currently, there is no system-wide policy regarding the administration of FMLA leave, and it is done on a campus-by-campus level. We understand the desire for uniformity in applying those benefits. We feel that there could be uniformity done in a way that would provide a benefit to employees and to staff, rather than uniformity in a way that would not.
What is the response from Ms. Grindy?
Chair Morton and Chair Hacker.
No, Chair Morton.
Sorry. Member Morton. Yes, I'd just like to reiterate that this HR Policy 2020 has been, and it's not a new policy. This is a policy that has been intact since I've been here since 2008. And the policy did read leave would be run concurrent with FMLA leave would run concurrent with paid leave. So when the HRC took on the measurement period, that's the main concern of consistency that we showed as a risk. It was brought to our attention that there was only one campus that wasn't running FMLA leave concurrent with paid leave. So to bring you up to date, the policy has always been there, and the concurrent part has always been there. It's just that campuses, this has just come to light, and staff paid attention to it more, and now has more questions about it. So I just wanted to clarify that. So what Rita is saying certainly would be up to the board if you wanted to send this back for more consideration for that portion. I do know that there might be some local campus policies that already have a policy that says before going on unpaid leave, all of your current leave must be exhausted. So there would be some work to be done there. But I share the concerns of of the staff members, and I agree with Board Member Mattern's presentation. So would be happy to explore this further if the board agreed.
Thank you, Ms. Grindy. Any other questions for Ms. Grindy or Ms. Mattern? Member Nessett.
Thank you. I need a little clarity on this. This is a tough subject. I deal with this one. I mean, it really is. You want to help the parents, mother and father with their newborns. But I was under the impression, as I worked through it, legally you have to use all that paid leave first before you go into. Is that the issue here? I don't know who can answer this, but is the issue using the paid leave first, or is it running the FMLA concurrent?
I'm going to turn to our legal counsel, and hopefully he's done some study of HR law.
Thank you, Chair Hacker, Member Nessett, members of the board. This is an issue that has faced some level of discussion across the country. Recently, the state, I think 60 plus state agencies and commissions, boards, et cetera, asked OMB to put together a consistent state policy on this. And they came to a consistent policy as the proposed changes here, which would require FMLA to run concurrent with all paid leave. To take a step back and to look more specifically to Member Ness's question, sort of one of the main concerns, and I think one of the things that has sort of shaded the discussion on this particular policy is that FMLA is often treated by HR departments and employees as an additional benefit, as a guarantee of 12 weeks off, as opposed to what it is federally, which is effectively if you need to take 12 weeks to deal with a covered condition, a health condition of yourself or an immediate family member, birth or adoption, or a number of other covered conditions, that the institution cannot terminate you for that. It is not a guarantee of additional leave, except to the extent that is required by a medical condition. And so the standard way of doing this, and I believe this is consistent with approximately 85 to 90% of the private sector in similar sized organizations, is that because there is no paid leave guaranteed under FMLA unless you live in a state where that is required, the FMLA leave, the protected status period provided by FMLA runs concurrent with any leave that the individual may take at that time. And typically, individuals are required to take their paid leave at the same time as they take that time off, because otherwise there's often a question for employers of, well, when is FMLA active? Can I, if someone is just sort of has taken 12 weeks and is now seeking to take additional time off, how does an employer react to that? And so consistency is very important in that sense. There is, of course, nothing to prevent individual campuses and supervisors from granting additional unpaid leave to handle doctor's appointments and so on and so forth for individuals after they come back from paid leave or unpaid FMLA protected status. But the idea here is not that, is often that, and sort of the concern that we've run into is that individuals, is sort of the inverse of what Member Mattern had proposed, which was that individuals want to use all of their paid leave and then run FMLA leave after that, which leaves a concern, obviously, because the employee is not protected unless they're on FMLA protected status. So say an individual has 12 weeks of paid leave in their leave balance, then anytime during those 12 weeks, if it's not running concurrent to with FMLA, the employer could decide, we have to fill this position. We don't have the budget space to hire a second employee. So we're going to terminate this individual who's on paid leave because they're not on protected FMLA status. And that's when you get into litigation about whether someone is actually on FMLA or not. And so the interest of the system office here, and as I've advised through this process, is to provide a consistent campus policy, a consistent system policy, because then it lowers the risk for campuses and for the system in how leave is handled by making it consistent across campuses to reduce the risk of claims of discrimination in FMLA leave and retaliation for taking or not taking FMLA leave, and on a number of other issues. So if I did answer your question, I hope I have. If not, please let me know and I can expound in a different way.
I'll be quite honest with you, if you answered my question, I don't know where it was. That was, I honestly think that this is a very important issue. I know where you're going with this, and there were you hit a lot of topics there, Eric.
Thank you.
And one of them comes down to fairness. You say you can go and then you can award additional paid leave to people. Well, wait a second. You have Microsoft or did, and we have hospitals, we have private business here. You can't just go out and indiscriminately award additional leave with being fair. You're setting a precedence in your business, and your business is higher ed, or our business is higher ed, and you have to keep the fairness into this. I for one think that this needs more work on it. I think obviously there's some questions here that need to be addressed. Eric, I think you've been, one other thing that hasn't been brought up here is that individuals, at least in my world, what they do is they go out and they take additional insurance out in advance of their parental leave and take short-term disability. And then they use that, and by law, you have to you have to use the paid leave first. You use the short-term disability, then you go into the unpaid leave. My point is, this is complicated. We haven't addressed all the issues yet, and I would like to see it, this part of it, tabled, Chair Hacker, until we do a little more work on it.
Is that a motion?
That's a motion.
I would second that.
There's a non-debatable motion, unfortunately. So just so we're clear, of a table and a second, and in some of what Member Nesset was asking, it sounded like, please go back to the drawing board a little bit and maybe try to resolve some of the concerns of staff. Personal input, non-debatable. So with that, we'll call the roll.
Mr. Mahalik?
Yes.
Mr. Morton?
Yes.
Mr. Deshak?
Yes.
Ms. Nesset?
Yes.
Ms. Louders?
Yes.
Dr. Ryan?
Yes.
Board Chair Hacker?
Yes. Thank you.
So can I just ask one question for my own clarification as I think about, so in essence, we're looking to add an additional 80 hours onto the end of this, is that, or that's not what?
Retha, can you, in short,
Yes.
I'm trying to think of how this all fits together.
explain to us what you're asking for?
We are
That's the
looking to
impression I
have, yes, no, thank you very much for that question, Member Mahalik, and Chair Hacker. We are looking to have, if an employee has accrued leave available to them, to be given the option to retain some of that leave to be used as necessary after the 12 weeks of protected status under FMLA. This would not apply if an employee did not have that 80 hours available. They would not be granted additional time that they had not already earned. An example would be if an employee had built up 8 weeks between their paid and sick leave, that instead of exhausting all 8 weeks during that 12-week period, they may only exhaust 6 weeks and retain 80 hours that they have available to them to be used at their discretion after those 12 weeks is up. I hope that clarifies it.
Obviously, I'd like to, Member Hacker or Chair Hacker, that we look at the legality of that. I work very closely with my legal employment lawyer, and I would just like to make sure the legality. I don't know that in my world you can't do that. You have to use the paid leave first in full. So.
Yep, I understand. Two worlds, FMLA,
Worlds, yep.
one world.
Yep.
Another world is how paid leave is handled, so.
I just have one quick question. Thank you, Chair. Faculty and staff are treated very differently and are sick leave significantly differently. Staff do have the ability to donate leave to each other, and I think that should be something that potentially could be part of this discussion. Faculty don't have that opportunity, but perhaps that should be bundled into this discussion.
So far, we have a topic that's been tabled and could come off the table when more work has been done. I'll leave it to the HRC folks and the committee. What committee handled this? Eric?
Chair Hacker, this is Jane Grindy, HRC.
So it never hit a board committee.
Oh, excuse me. So HRC is a subcommittee under Administrative Affairs.
A Board of Higher Education committee did not look at this policy, correct?
You know what, Chair Hacker? It's been so long. I believe the board committee under that Administrative Affairs reports to did discuss this policy.
I would advise HRC to find a path with some sort of solution and to run that through some Board of Higher Education committee so that the members are much more clearly understanding of the issues at hand before it comes back to the full board. With that,
Thank you.
finished with that topic. Mr. Krebsbach, items number 23 and 24.
Three is State Board Policy 804 update. This policy is on equipment and personal property leases. Policy governs the approval of thresholds and accounting requirements and legal review requirements for the equipment and personal property leases. The changes increase the threshold for lease approval to $750,000 from $500,000 for NDSU and UND. It increases the threshold for other NDUS institutions and entities to $500,000 from $250,000. The accounting requirements are moved from the policy and placed in the NDSU Procedure 804. And then there's been an update to the legal review requirements in the policy. This is a second read on this policy, so I take questions if there are any at this point.
Thank you, Mr. Krebsbach. Any questions? Sounds like we're removing some red tape.
Yes, sir.
Motion? You can do them both?
You want to cover 810 as well?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Policy 810 is deposits and funds, investments, endowments, and gift funds. This is really rewording and cleanup language on this policy, and it governs the depositing of the funds. Some of the cleanup included deposits into the Treasury that aren't done anymore, so it's really just cleaning up of the policy. And I'd take any questions.
Thank you.
Yeah, I would make a motion to approve second reading of policy 804 and 810.
Second.
Thank you. Any discussion? Hearing none. Christie, if you'd call the roll.
Dr. Ryan?
Yes.
Ms. Louders?
Yes.
Ms. Nesset?
Yes.
Mr. Deshak?
Yes.
Mr. Morton?
Yes.
Mr. Mahalik?
Yes.
Board Chair Hacker?
Yes. Brings us to our last item under board policy, item number 25, 308.1. Mr. Olson.
Thank you, Board Chair Hacker, members of the State Board of Higher Education. This is a largely procedural and conforming amendment. It was the state board members have been treated for bookkeeping and all effective administrative purposes as employees, specifically temporary employees, for the purposes of payroll and expenses and things like that. However, state board policy stated that SBHE members are not considered NDUS employees. So this change to the policy is meant to resolve that that discrepancy and match policy to practice. And this should not have this should not mean any changes for board members, as board members have already been treated as this policy would require. So with that, I would stand for any questions that the board may have.
Thank you. Board members, any questions? I do have one. Eric, how do other boards how do other entities of government that have governing boards treat their board members? Are they also treated this same way?
Chair Hacker, members of the board, this change is in compliance with internal revenue code guidance. So my understanding is that generally state board members or similar board of trustee members, things like that, are treated as employees in a similar way to comply with that internal revenue code guidance. That's my understanding. I'm not a tax lawyer, but I did look into this.
I appreciate the Internal Revenue Service or code definition. I'm kind of wondering about other state boards here in North Dakota.
Member Hacker, my understanding, and I haven't done a lot of looking at other state entities, is that they are treated similarly. Most state boards are not compensated in any way, so that's slightly different than state board members, because state board members have a constitutional stipend and a daily per diem, which most commissions and boards don't have, because they're members of for example, like a licensing board, for example, is members drawn from the profession, so the understanding is that they're being compensated by their employers in that profession. And so those that are, I believe, are compensated in the same way and treated as employees, whether they're temporary employees or whatever. That comes down to the bylaws of the individual group to meet the needs of sort of our HR policies as they're currently laid out. That would mean being a temporary employee within the meaning of the HR policies.
Any other questions?
I would, Chair Hacker, move approval of policy 308.1.
Second?
Okay, there's a motion and a second. Christie, if you call a roll.
Ms. Louders?
Yes.
Mr. Deshak?
Yes.
Dr. Ryan?
Yes.
Mr. Morton?
Yes.
Ms. Nesset?
Yes.
Mr. Mahalik?
Yes.
Board Chair Hacker?
Yes. Thank you. That brings us to the end of our board policies, and we are doing pretty good on time, folks. We're just over an hour, and we're more than halfway done with our agenda. And I'm really looking forward to some of the folks that are joining us for lunch today, both of the presenters. And so what we will do is we're going to take a break here for about 10 minutes, and then we're going to come back, and that's to give some folks that need to give reports. We're going to move the board reports and discussion up before lunch. There's a good chance we will possibly move some chancellor reports and updates. We will not be moving our lunchtime out of the respect of our presenters, but we will move other board business up. So if you have an item to report on, be prepared in 10 minutes. So we will reconvene at 9 in 10 minutes. Which clock are you looking at? Thank you. We'll reconvene. Doing a great job of staying on track with our agenda, and that means to do that, we have to continue to work on the agenda. So we're going to move to the board reports and discussion. So we'll be moving to item number 28 on the agenda, which is the Research Committee report. Member Ryan.
Thank you, Chair Hacker. We've had 2 research meetings since our last meeting together. We had one the end of July, and we had one on 9/11. Other members of the committee are Don Morton and Kathy Nessett and myself. It's I think going to be very exciting. I think this was a very good thing that was done by this body. I thank the Chancellor for his helping get it set up. The chairs of research at UND and NDSU are Dr. Jane Hsu at NDSU and Dr. John Mihelich at UND. And for this to work, we have to have a high level of cooperation between the 2 research universities. And I can state that they are working very well together. We have both presidents represented, and we also have another faculty member from the respective universities, and we have a faculty member from the other 9 colleges and universities. So the key element is cooperation. We're laying the groundwork. We know that we need to really push research to a level that we can be able to go to the legislature and say, here's what we think the opportunity is in the future with research and what it can do for the state of North Dakota. And to this point, they jointly through NDSU and UND, there has been someone hired, and this also includes the Commerce Department, North Dakota Commerce Department, Courtney Jensen, and she was at our last meeting, gave a little discussion. The last meeting basically was to go through history. The key element moving forward is that whatever issues were out there before with UND and NDSU on how someone wasn't nice to someone in the past need to be buried, and we need to move ahead in a cooperative fashion. So I'm very excited about it. I certainly would open it to Member Morton or Member Nessett if they want to chime in, but we will meet monthly and appreciate the direction that we're taking.
Go ahead, Kathy. If you
I
want
was
to
just
go
going
ahead.
to say, go ahead.
Okay. I would recommend that we at UND you hired a young woman who I think she's in your area of innovation, who is a specialist in commercializing. What's her name?
Amy.
Pardon?
Joe.
Amy. Yes, Amy. I think she would be a good resource for us on this committee. Whenever we talk about commercialization, we do get pushback. And there's several universities across the country that have said, we've got all these patents sitting on the shelf, and they've invited the private sector in to see if there's a area of partnership, area of shared royalties. And the University of Minnesota has done a great job with this, and the pushback we get is, well, Minnesota's a big city. Now, we may not be able to do things at scale that University of Minnesota does, but we can do at some type of scale. And Josh, it's great having you in the committee. You probably have more research background and experience than many people on that committee. But I think Casey's doing a great job. It's the right thing to do. If we could just get a breakthrough on embracing commercialization. It's not a bad word. It's not. Commercialization means your research is doing something good in society. So I think that's where we have to go. Kathy?
Well said. I mean, and I really think it's a lot about joining the strengths of these two great universities together. Dr. Ryan, you do a fabulous job with leading this, and I think you really laid a way forward for us in that first meeting, was to really, elevate the significance, the importance of our research, and work the two campuses together. I think we have good things to do.
Yes, thank you. And the power of UND and NDSU working together, basically you have a 28,000 student universities when they're working together. So that, if done right, and I'm not saying we have all the answers, but if done right, we can be into a category that puts us in with Big 10, Big 12, all the bigger areas or universities that when you get competitive for research grants. So I think into the future, we will have two universities that have different missions really with a lot of the research, but there's overlap and huge opportunity. And I think that's where you have to underline it, huge opportunity. And if we can grow and do this, and it no doubt would help both NDSU and UND, and it would help the whole state, because I think there's a lot to be gained from improvement of research at both universities. And President Nguyen is here, and I'm sure you would be at a loss of words if I didn't ask you to say something, but jump in, please.
Thank you, Chairman Hacker, Dr. Ryan. Well, as an example of just what the members have been talking about, President Prashani and I yesterday had a rather extended discussion about this very topic, about some research issues. So we have been communicating and coordinating. And by the way, I'll say, I don't think I'm violating HIPAA to say that the president was feeling under the weather, which is, I think, why he's not here today. So
He's on the phone, though.
Oh, he is.
He is there, yeah.
So, Dean, I don't mean to speak for you, but we had a very productive discussion, and we do work together, and we're looking forward, especially with the guidance of the research committee, to do even more. So, thank you.
So, Chair Hacker, that, unless there are questions from others, Chancellor.
Well, I just want to thank the board, and this comes back to Member Lauder's question of how adaptive you are in recognizing much of what Dr. Ryan just said. Two research universities that together can accomplish even more. Yet what is a mechanism to not just about accountability and metrics, but also I want to thank them for, and again, you all aren't there, but they have a list of several functions the research committee would do, and one is advocacy, communication to legislators, of having a state body that advocates for research as well as competitive salaries for researchers. And I think that's much more resonating with the legislator than what appears to be just a campus advocating for itself. But now you have a group who's getting more and more conversant in these data and metrics. And I do appreciate the candor that the vice president of the UND research was talking about, the difficulty in attracting talent in these new digital fields, that we are in a battle to keep our best people and attract new people. And so I just want to thank you for a considerable amount of time you've been spending on these issues already.
So this is an issue where 2 + 2 is not 4. And I think that's, we have to support it as a board, and we have to push it, and hopefully we will come with recommendations on a timely basis. Thank you, Chair Hacker.
Thank you for the great work with this new committee. It's really exciting. Actually, it's something that from the conversation here, it's something to be really excited about, the work that's occurring in that committee. Appreciate all the comments and the feedback, partnership between the institutions, and I really appreciate the comments of Member Morton, which I haven't really heard much from others that have spoken, but the commercialization piece is vitally important for the path forward. And so I hope the focus can stay on that. With that, we'll move on to Member Nassett and the Audit Committee report.
All right, thank you, Chair Hacker. Audit Committee is Mr. Mahalik and Mr. Morton and myself. And when you see that there's a posting that we are not holding a research committee or violating open records, it's just because we're on both committees. So we don't talk research at compliance. We had a meeting August 5th. This was basically dealt with operational audit reports from the State Auditor's Office, Bismarck State, Dakota College, Bottineau, Dickinson State, Minot State were reviewed and acted upon. September 24th, Tuesday, was our last audit committee meeting. We did approve in consent agenda our compliance plan. Carol Redmond had reviewed that with the committee. The main things from the compliance plan, just so the board knows, the effort is to elevate and enhance the culture of compliance, not only for the board, but also for the campuses. And it really is important, is that this is a safeguard for us as board members, is compliance, is that we have an obligation to make sure that we, follow the rules and play by the playbook. Elevate outreach, and there's an effort put forth by Ms. Redmond to create campus compliance champions. So these would be identified individuals on each one of the campuses. This is not adding more work, this is not adding more meetings, this is not adding anything additional, but just making sure more visibility of compliance, both at the campus and at the board level. Working with the hotline, the Ide Bailey hotline, and trying to get a little bit more consistency and a culture of understanding of compliance at the board level. We also dealt with, on the 24th of September, the UND audit report presented by the state auditor's office. We accepted that and the responses to it. Ms. Dolan reviewed prior not implemented audit issues. That's always an issue for us, is when there are prior not implemented. And we had requested as a committee that these be tracked, that, when audit work is done, that they are followed up on. And it was a good process. And Ms. Redmond then went through liability claims that are out, against the system office from each of the campuses. And it was just to put your minds at ease. All of these are being handled pretty succinctly. Any claims that are outstanding and are in the works. This was reviewed by audit committee. And that concludes my report.
Thank you, Audit Committee Chair Nesset, as always, doing a fantastic job. I did notice in our committee reports, we have 3 committees, but we technically have 5. So at the next meeting, we'll add the other 2. I actually feel like this is a really great way to share information of the activities going on amongst the board, and so that we all kind of get a preview of maybe things to come or things that are happening, so that we're all a little more in the loop and knowledgeable. I think it improves communication. So in the future, Member Mahalik, you'll be on here for Budget and Finance. And I think Member Morton is chairing Academic Affairs.
No, Jill is.
Jill, sorry.
Very
Later.
ably
So,
doing
next meeting, be prepared, we'll
tremendous
have the
job.
reports. Member Trainer's not able to be with us today. I'm not certain why they handed me the report to give for governance. I was hoping it would go to Member Loiters, but I'll give a very high level. Thank you, Christy, for working with Dan on preparing a level of report. The Governance Committee met September 18th. That committee is Member Trainer, Member Loiters, and myself. Had a handful of topics and updates as far as reaching as Congress, investigating ed tech, student privacy, and different items. We reviewed the board self-evaluation, which you just received back today in our consent agenda, and we added the couple of members that missed the opportunity to fulfill that. So that's on your agenda if you'd like to re-review self-eval, which I think was overall pretty good, and I think there's areas that we can improve. Well, appreciated members Loiters' comments earlier today. And then we did discuss some different ideas of improving the North Dakota University system with different efficiencies. And Eric is looking at some ways to which we can process information and activities more efficiently, and as well as looking at different committee structures, committees with non-board members on them. And so we'll be reviewing that again in November. There was also a discussion in regard to the chancellor's contract and review, to be able to put that into an executive session, just like we do for the presidential contract reviews, and to be able to have a little more candid conversation in private. Eric is working with Legislative Counsel on maybe a draft that the committee will start to digest and review. Not certain where that will go, if it will make it here or not. but it is a topic that we are discussing, and I'm sure there will be some robust discussion. We also reviewed the presidential search process and how firms are selected, specific within the RFP process that we RFP firms to run searches. And we looked at that and are digging in a little more on ways to improve that, make it more flexible, as well as a key topic that came up as we will have an internal presidential search related to how we may compensate with stipends or those sort of things. The internal staff that does the extra work to conduct a search. And so I do want to make sure President Scogan can relay that to his folks. And we are hopeful to have a policy or procedure that would come forward before that search is really fully underway. And we're interested in finding ways to stipend those staff members for doing the extra work and saving the institution, significant dollars from hiring an outside search firm. And so it's a way of showing our appreciation. We do look forward to that. Member Loiters, was there anything that I missed?
Well, I'm going to just comment on political activities policy. That generated quite a bit of conversation at the committee level. As you know, we've been talking about freedom of speech and expression and more clearly defining for our employees, for the campuses, through policy, allowable and non-allowable politically oriented activities. So bringing clarity to that, I think that was a good conversation. Social media is such an interesting thing. So how do we provide guidance, as I said, to our campuses regarding the use of institutional funds and engagement as it applies to fundraisers related to that piece? So more to come, I think, on that policy.
Yeah, I would just add that we had an agenda topic that will be back at our next meeting regarding topic what I just talked about. And the students had asked for some additional time, and we granted that. So we will see that next meeting. And so, Shaka, we look forward to some additional feedback on what your constituency's feelings are in regard to what that policy might mean to them. Thank you. With that, we will move down to item number 31. Member Ryan, if you would give us an update on the UND presidential search.
Well, this is very exciting. As you know, Denny Albert and myself were appointed in our, I think it was the May meeting, to lead the search for UND. We're two peas in a pod. We think a lot the same. So we're not opposed to if one of us can't be somewhere, the other one will be, and we respect each other's opinions such that I'm totally comfortable, and so is Denny. If someone needs to make a decision because the other member or the other co-chair can't be found, that's okay. We have a very good committee. We've been in a phase now that's a bit silent. We do have AGB helping us. I must say that Denny and I were very pleased with how they came in on their bid. Not knowing anything about the process, we had a number picked as to what the bid needed to be under for us to agree to an outside organization, and AGB has been very, very helpful. The one thing that we as a board need to understand when you're getting outside search firms and not doing internal search, or internal, I guess we'd call it an internal search, is they have their line on the gossip. And trust me, there's a gossip line out there for everyone who's looking for a job out in the whole country. And if we stick around to just North Dakota, you won't get all the gossip. So there is benefit, and I'll just leave it at that because I know AGB, at least in maybe the Grand Forks Herald, has gotten some negative press, but I don't think, at least from what my interaction was with I was co-chair at Mayville, and I think we did a great job with President Van Horn, and I think that they've been very helpful to date with what we're doing. So, we've been in a quiet phase, and to date, we have 60 applications. I've looked at all of them, and we will have a meeting this coming Wednesday. And at that point, we will pare it down. It's very exciting. There's a lot of talent in this pool. We need to be thankful for what the legislature did in 2016, because it 16, 17, I guess, biennium, because there's no question that there are sitting presidents in this. There are sitting provosts, deans, a lot of talent. And the difficulty is going to be, okay, you can't interview 60 people. And I expect after our meeting on Wednesday that we will have pared it down to something under 20, maybe more 16, and then we will then go in October. We will yet have some face-to-face video interviews. And then by November, we will bring candidates to UND campus. Now, one issue comes up there is that the final group is protected in bringing them to campus. We may want to bring 6 people to campus. And for that to happen, that means all 6 would have to agree that they're willing to go public. And if they're not, then they, at that point, would drop out as a candidate. But, I mean, I would say that with what I see in there, in the talent pool, unless I'm not reading people's personal statements and CVs correctly, I think there will be 6. And that's exciting. Ultimately, the decision will be made by this board on December 3rd. And my preference would be to see that we put up maybe not 6, but maybe 4 names where you would feel very comfortable that any of the 4 could actually become the next president at UND. When the search is completed, Denny and I will put together a document that we will send to Chair Hacker and also to the governance committee. I think there's some things that long-term need to be looked at and changed, but we'll let the governance committee deal with that. And some of it they've already started to deal with. And overall, I think it's very exciting. So at the moment, Denny and I are on an endorphin high, if you know what that is. It's a hormone in our brains. The problem is we know that no matter what we do, some people won't be happy, but hopefully most people will be happy. And again, within the search document that we put out for the qualifications for president, we initially had something that was maybe a little too restrictive that talked about UND, Grand Forks, North Dakota connection. And we moved that back a bit. And I just have to say that, you need to have that cultural connection, if that's the right term. But you also need to be very broad in how you look at it. And I think we've accomplished that to this point. And with that, we're not releasing any names. I'll just tell you it's a very high-level talent pool, and it should be interesting. And with that, I also would thank Terry Meyer, who helps us and keeps us functioning in an appropriate capacity. And I like dealing with Terry because I can call her at 7 in the morning and she picks up the phone, which the only other one I know I can for sure call at 7 in the morning is President Wynn. And he's either driving from Fargo to Grand Forks or Grand Forks to Fargo. And we have good conversations. So it's a fun process.
Thank you, Member Ryan. Appreciate the update. Very exciting to hear. And thank you for your time, energy, and focus on a very important matter, as well as Denny Albert and the search committee and Terry. So with that, we'll move down. Oh, comments, questions, sorry.
Could you just review for the board the logistics of how this moves forward and where our responsibility, deadlines, timelines, such?
The logistics are, after we pull in whatever number we want to pull into the campus, we may recommend let's say we pull 6 people to the campus to meet with staff, students, faculty, and community. And then, we might, and to meet with the committee, and then we might say, well, we think we have 5 really good candidates. And at that point, if they've already come to the campus, they're public.
The public.
So I would think we would then recommend 5 candidates to be interviewed by this board on December 3rd. And then a decision to be made that day.
At that board meeting.
Correct.
That's where we interview as a full board.
Correct.
Go into executive session.
Just as we did with Mayville and was done with Valley City. And that, that's a very interesting piece with that, and I think we'll have some comments about that when he sends a summary to the board, because the obligation of the board is you probably should get a, and Terry helped me on this, you probably should review the visual interview and review all the data that comes from the campus interview by the committee. Because technically, the board, we're scripted on our questions, and we ask everyone the same questions, and you have 1 hour to decide like, don't like, what's best. And at that point, in the final decision process, my understanding is Denny and I will be at the meeting when it's first discussed, but then Denny will be excused, and I will be the only member from that committee. So it's, how much do you want to believe from Casey Ryan? And that to me is a little bit more, it's the way it's done. Is that the best way it's done? That will be a whole nother matter.
So, Nick, then I would add another question following up on Kathy's. So if you do determine the 6 candidates, then we, as board members, receive a bio on these candidates so that
you will get all the information that we've had.
So we're not cold walking?
No.
Okay, I got it.
No.
Makes sense. I would assume so. I just wanted.
You'll get the information that they have sent to us now that we've reviewed. You would have the opportunity to look at, I believe they could look at if they're Ivan-type interviews, correct, Terry? Are those, we have those. You may not have all the visual, but you certainly would have the audio. And then you would get summary from the different groups when they visited the campus. But that means there's extra time that people have to put into it.
Okay, thank you. That's helpful. I mean, obviously, a very important hire, and want to be as educated and informed as we can be. So, thank you.
And the other thing that's I've seen, at least being involved with Mayville and then seeing it more as a board member from Valley City, is that you get down to the final 4 or 5, and it seems invariably someone drops out. And what you really don't want is you send 3 to the board, and then in the week before the meeting, one of them drops out because someone got involved from their campus and they decided, well, I guess I don't want to do this. And, we just don't want to get into that situation. I would like to be able to, if it works and is right, and the committee agrees, and Denny agrees, I would like to see us present at least 4 members to this body.
Thank you.
Again, thank you. Thanks for the additional questions and clarification. It's helpful for everybody. Just note for your schedules, December 3rd will be a full board day meeting. We will have in Grand Forks at UND. Now, that meeting will be at UND. We will start at probably 8:30 in the morning and plan to run all day that day.
And I had one more thing. Denny and I have had 12, well, when we complete this next Tuesday, we'll have done 12 listening sessions. To date, we've done 10. I have one with students at 5 o'clock today, so I'm very pleased that Chair Hacker is moving the meeting along. And then we have another one with the tribal colleges through Kelly Hall up at Turtle Mountain, Belcourt, who is on our committee now because Cindy Lindquist had to resign to become a member of the North Dakota Ethics Commission. But we've hit faculty, staff, students, community, and then we even did 2 telephone interviews with one through Bismarck that I did with one of our committee members, and one that Denny did with Devil's Lake with Dr. Lindquist. And then we did an Ivan interview with all 11 of our Ivan sites that could participate, anyone who wanted to be involved. And we also put Watford City into that. And it was the first time it was done. You don't know what to expect. We only had 11 people there. But they had very good input, and it worked. It showed that there's a way to get to the whole state and make it work. So people can't say they didn't have an opportunity to give their input.
The open approach and encouragement of people's engagement is greatly appreciated. Thank you. With that, we'll move on to the Chancellor reports and updates. Chancellor?
Thank you, Chair Hacker. And I just want to thank Dr. Darling and his team for hosting this meeting. We know it's a huge logistic burden. The food was wonderful last night, and it's just such an inviting place here. And so with that, thank you, and we'd like to hear about Lake Region.
Not moving further away because I'm afraid of you, but I wanted to give you something else to look at besides me when I talk. So I'll try not to do death by PowerPoint, but I just thank you so much for coming to our campus and our community for the meeting. For those of you that were able to attend last night, it means a great deal to our community members to have the board here in our community, and for them to have a chance to interact with you and see the governance structure for the university system in action. So thank you for that. And I want to thank Member DeShock he spent the entire day on campus yesterday and met with students and faculty and staff and just took input and got himself familiar with our campus, had a nice tour, and I think that's important for the board members to be able to see and understand all of the campuses. I've got notes here to try to keep me on track and so that I don't forget important things, so I'll apologize in advance for glancing at those. We've had a great start to the year at Lake Region State College. I know the enrollment reports were finalized on Monday, and we were down from our record year last year. Last year was the highest enrollment Lake Region State College has had in 78 years. And so we're at this fall is 1,982 students, which is slightly lower than last fall and slightly above fall of 17. So we're still hanging in there with a quality, stable enrollment at about 974, 975 FTE. So we're excited about that. And I chose today to talk about a couple of the new initiatives that we're working on campus. And one is an alternative way for us to deliver the workforce to the employers in the state and in the region. And it's not a new thing, but we're calling it Earn and Learn with Lake Region State College. And we're putting a modern twist on an ancient practice called apprenticeship. And my colleagues at NDSCS and BSC have been working with apprenticeships for many years in the skilled trades. We're going to be working with apprenticeships in some other occupations, but apprenticeships have been around for literally thousands of years. In the earliest times in Egypt and Babylon, training in skilled crafts was organized to maintain an adequate number of craftsmen. As a nod to the historian on our cabinet, Dr. Scogan, even the Code of Hammurabi of Babylon, which dates from the 18th century BC, required artisans to teach their crafts to the next generation. From there, it went to the craft guilds in Europe and to the trade unions in Europe, and when it came across to the Americas, it was moved into the labor unions. And one of the things the routes that we're taking is in North Dakota, due to the population of our state and the number of workers in different occupations, Lake Region State College, in our agreement with the Department of Labor, we're going to be taking the intermediary and sponsor role that labor unions take in the traditional skilled trade apprenticeships. So we're amalgamating or grouping the apprentices together to be able to do that, to meet some industry needs. Now, simply put, modern apprenticeships takes the best of career and technical education and augments it. It takes the relationship with business and industry, it takes the on-the-job training, it takes the putting the theory into practice and in the hands-on method, and augments that. For the workers, it helps organize it, and they get the related training organized around actual work situations as opposed to just theoretical things from the book. So when they're learning in terms of IT about how to actually build a network and secure it, they build a network and secure it. They're not just doing it theoretically, they'll be doing it in their place of business. So again, it takes the work-based learning around the specific knowledge and skills of that occupation and provides that in a combined effort of on-the-job training and related classroom instruction. It also, for the young people and the students, it creates more of a clear pathway. I mean, the traditional route to get a job going to college is you go to school, learn the skill, and then go out and try to find a job. Try to market yourself, try to find an employer that wants and needs your skills, and get hired. Well, we flip that. With the apprenticeship, the apprentice is hired from the start, works for the employer, gets the on-the-job training, gets the related classroom instruction, has a job while they're in training, and has a job already waiting for them when the training is complete. So they're not putting all their eggs into a basket that I want to learn to be a history teacher and then have to go to apply to 47 school districts to try to find a job as a history teacher. We're doing that in terms of looking at some career pathways that we have a labor shortage of here in the state and in the region. The other thing we're putting forth is ours is considered a hybrid apprenticeship. The two forms of apprenticeship were either time-based or competency-based. And ours is a combination of both of those, so that it's not just, I use the expression we use in education, it's not just butts in seats for hours. And we don't just track that, but it's a combination of that related instruction, the on-the-job training, and demonstrating of the competency. And some of those competencies are better taught in the workplace than they are in the classroom. For the employers, the apprenticeship helps them custom build a workforce for themselves with some known timelines. They can put an apprentice in the pipeline and know that in 2 or 2.5 or 3 years, they're going to have a skilled worker. And that worker has been trained on their equipment, in their corporate culture, in their safety processes, and in their environment, so that they're basically custom trained for that employer. They're also more productive immediately on the job. They also have, in their studies, have seen that apprentices that move on and continue in employment with the employer stay longer. So it helps their retention of existing employees, and again, helps them build their own customized workforce and manage that. So the formula, again, is classroom instruction, on-the-job training, and we've chosen to go the route of registered apprenticeships with the Department of Labor. They require a wage progression as the apprentice reaches milestones of skill levels or certifications or completions, so that they've got 2 or 3 wage progressions as they move through the apprenticeship toward completion. And you put those 3 together, and our hope is then we've got a skilled workforce in place. Now, the employers are saying, okay, what's the return on investment for apprenticeship? And this is some data I pulled from another source that shows that 87% of apprentices are employed after completing their training. There's an average starting wage of $50,000, and they say apprentices earn significantly more over their lifetime as an employee, up to the tune of about $300,000. What the employers like to see is the employers gain $1.47 for every dollar they put into it. Now, that's the research that came out in the U.S. When I looked, I didn't find a lot of data in the U.S. There's a lot more in Europe, and theirs range from $1.47 to $3 for every dollar they invest in apprenticeships in Europe. So if you can go in with $1 and come out with $3 and have a skilled workforce, why aren't you doing that more? So it's an opportunity, again, for increased productivity and increased bang for the employer's dollars. So there is an ROI. Now, the apprenticeship ladder, if you're looking at it, it needs to start prior to college, or it has the opportunity to start prior to college in high school and even middle school with job shadowing, internships, cooperative education placements, all things that have been done in career and technical education for years, not a new thing. But the new part is linking it with the apprenticeship and linking it with credit. One of the other things that we're doing a little bit differently with ours is not only a hybrid, but it's a dual model. As the apprentice progresses through the apprenticeship, when they complete the apprenticeship and they get their certificate from Department of Labor that they've completed a registered apprenticeship, they will also be completing an associate in applied science degree or a diploma from Lake Region State College. So they're doing those things in tandem with college credit attached to the related training and college credit attached to the OJT training that they're getting at the work site. And that has not been done in most of the traditional apprenticeships. Now, what does this do? Well, for both the apprentice and the employer, it provides them with the foundation or the first 2 years of a bachelor's degree. If they're looking at being able to go on and move into management and want additional training, they're not starting completely over with their degree program. So they're getting an opportunity to both earn college credit, earn a registered apprenticeship, and be employed at the end, and the employer having a highly skilled, well-trained, productive employee from day one. So we've got 4 approved apprenticeships at this point, and we're working on additional apprenticeships. We've got 2 in IT, an IT specialist, IT cybersecurity support technician, an electronics technician, and electromechanical assembly. And you're going to say, now, why did you start with those? Well, I'm looking at the feedback from the employers that we work with and our advisory committee for our IT program. We were not putting out enough graduates for them, and they were struggling to find employees in IT. And so one of the things I did is, let's look at the numbers, let's see what the data says. And I worked with the Department of Public Instruction and the Department of Career and Technical Education to see how many students in North Dakota's education system are taking IT courses. And we looked at it over a time frame from about 2008 through 2016. And in that time frame in K-12 in North Dakota, there was a 43% reduction in the number of students that were taking IT courses in high school. It went from about 1,800 down to 1,100 over that time frame. At the same time, the number of job openings in IT were going the other direction. So we had a complete mismatch in terms of the pipeline of where they were going. On higher ed side, the career and technical education from 2008 to 2016, we had a 53% decrease in the number of graduates in IT programs at the community college level. So we didn't have students in the pipeline, and we weren't putting out enough graduates already. So hence, we decided we were going to look at IT, and we were already working with our colleagues in the system and Turtle Mountain Community College to form what the Chancellor is very well aware of, the Northern IT Consortium, where we share instruction in IT courses because of that declining enrollment. So we're working together on that and trying to look to find a way to not only put out more graduates, but to do that, we need to start building that pipeline and filling the pipeline as it gets to us. I don't know if anybody noticed last year or last week, the governor announced his awards, and the Roaming Bison Award for groups working on things, the K20W Cyber Initiative was one of the award winners. We've been a part of that, as has BSC and about 40 other entities in the state. And they're also working on filling that pipeline of students that are taking IT and cybersecurity courses in the K-12 system. And frankly, again, that's where we need to get our market. We've been working with a number of the high schools that we work with dual credit programs to deliver some IT courses to them. Grand Forks Public Schools has a robust IT curriculum in their schools, And they would be able to take a jump into the apprenticeship program through the pre-apprenticeship and get an earlier start. So we've been trying to work with both our K-12 counterparts, as well as our higher ed counterparts, and our tribal college partners as well. One of the first things we did as we started moving forward with this, I had the opportunity to go out to Fort Totten and meet with Dr. Lindquist and her staff, and we talked about some opportunities for apprenticeships, working with them. And we're exploring a couple. One, they were very interested in what we were doing with IT, but they were interested in looking at what we could do with early childhood and with the social work program that they deliver for our students. So we're looking at opportunities to be able to fill that workforce and get a well-trained workforce into the employers quicker. And I mean, if you think about it, instead of waiting for 2 years to get somebody that's not trained in your company's policies, procedures, on your company's equipment, you're getting somebody in the door that's got enough skills to get started working. You're providing OJT, we're providing related classroom instruction, and then you've got somebody for those 2 or 2.5 years as they're going through the program, and then at the end, you've got them. Historically with apprentices, they were almost indentured servants. You know, they signed an indenture, basically an agreement that that the employer would provide food and housing and they would be there to work for the employer for a period of years. I mean, Benjamin Franklin was an apprentice for his brother. He didn't quite complete it because he decided to leave and break the apprenticeship agreement because his brother was beating him up. A little bit of Wikipedia trivia there for you. Anyhow. So we're also looking at, potential apprenticeship programs in automotive technology, early childhood, marketing, nursing, and I mentioned the two that we're working on with our colleagues at Chandeska Chicana and Fort Totten. So, we're excited about the potential. This is new for us. We hadn't done apprenticeships, so we're building these, and we're trying to find a way to meet the IT and labor force needs of the state of North Dakota. And those are significant. We've been working with trying to secure industry partners. You cannot do apprenticeships without industry partners, as my colleagues at Bismarck State and NDSCS know. And I did visit with Dr. Skoga at Bismarck State, and he said, "Boy, Doug, I don't know about this." He said, because industry partners are really tough to come by for apprenticeships in North Dakota because we haven't done them a lot in the past, and the culture isn't here. And Dr. Skogan, you were exactly right. But I think we're making some progress. And so we've been working closely with ITD and Sean Riley and his staff, and especially in terms of IT. They've got employees all over the state, located in most major cities, and we're working through some issues with Century Code and administrative regulations that would allow ITD to have apprentices. So we're working on that. We're getting close. We're not there yet. We started out with this with about 2 years ago. Don Morton hosted myself and some of our faculty at Microsoft to look at how they were filling their ranks and were they continuing to require a bachelor's degree or were they working off industry skill sets. And Don indicated that they were starting to migrate to that we need the skills, and if they've got the skills and can demonstrate the skills, we're going to hire them based on skills, not necessarily the degree. I was at the CTE Professional Development Conference in August in Bismarck, and they had an employer roundtables, and Myriad Mobile from Fargo was there, and they gave me exactly the same thing. They've developed, if you want to call them tests or projects that they have applicants try to do to see if they've got this, can demonstrate the skills, and if they can demonstrate those skills, they're going to hire them, regardless of whether or not they've got a degree. So we're trying to find ways to fill these employment needs. Now, Northrop Grumman, when we were working with them, they actually learned we were working with apprenticeships. They've got a company-wide initiative to do 100 apprentices this next year. And so we're going to be working to fill an apprentice position at the Grand Sky facility in Grand Forks as an electronics technician in simulation. And when their staff out at the Newtown facility heard about that, they said, well, we've got a need for some electromechanical assemblers. Can you do that? And so we've actually signed agreements with both Northrop Grumman sites, and we're working to develop and implement some apprenticeships for both of them. back to IT. Right now, there are more than 570,000 IT jobs open nationwide. Bureau of Labor Statistics show by 2020, there's going to be 1.4. I think they did this last year, but 2020 is only 4 months away, folks. There's going to be 1.4 million of those jobs nationwide. In North Dakota, there are approximately 1,100 of those jobs right now. And unfortunately, we only had 117 computer science graduates last year. And when they say computer science, I think they're looking at baccalaureate, but we only had about 160 to 200 IT technician graduates from the community college system as well. So we're not coming anywhere close to meeting the need here in North Dakota. So what we're trying to do with apprenticeships is find a way to meet that need and meet it quicker and meet it with using time-tested methodology of apprenticeships, of combining the on-the-job training with the related skills training and get that employee in the workforce and get them there quicker and hopefully so that employers can retain them longer and they aren't jumping around. Most apprenticeship agreements do include an agreement to work for the employer for the same number of years that they were as an apprentice on the backside, or they would need to pay back the training cost, related training cost.
Doug?
Yes.
If I could just jump in. He's doing spectacular work, and just to let the board know, at the August retreat from the Chancellor's Cabinet, the Cabinet approved basically 3 major initiatives, and one of them is Doug is co-chairing with Larry Scogan an integrated collaborative, if you want to call it the Dakota Digital Academy approach, from certificate, community college to doctorate. Dr. Wynn's on that group as well as Steve Shirley. But it's the idea that if we pool everything together, much like what Dr. Ryan's about research, have this portal where you can find these things, we start to build this awareness, because a lot of these young people just don't realize these jobs are out there, and we have the programs that can adapt. So I just want to thank Doug again for not just what you're doing here, but being willing to take that on system-wide, our study.
Thank you, Chancellor. And I just, I have had a couple of parents ask me about this too, and I'm going to ask you to just take a half a step back and look at it. So you're in high school, and you're interested in IT and computers, so you start taking some of those classes. And between your junior and senior year, you get the opportunity for a paid internship, and you do that paid internship. And then as you go into your senior year, you're completing, IT classes. At Red River High School in Grand Forks, their IT help desk is staffed by students. So when the teachers have an IT problem, they're calling down and the students are coming down and fixing their IT problem. And we've, again, been fortunate to partner with Red River High School in delivering some of those IT courses. But you've got that student now that's got an interest, and instead of working at the local fast food place as a teller or a waiter or a waitress, they're working in IT, where their interest is, getting training. So they graduate from high school. They've already got most of their gen ed dual credit out of the way, thanks to the partnership with Lake Region State College. They've also got a core of IT skills that they've gained from both dual credit and high school courses in high school, and they apply to be an apprentice with Sean Riley's shop at ITD. And because they are hired as an apprentice, Sean Riley's going to be paying for their related training, paying them a wage for the hours they work. So now they've got somebody to pay for college, somebody to pay for their work while they're going to school, somebody that's providing on-the-job training and work experience, and a job when they're done, with no student loans, and a career in IT. Where was that when I was in high school? And as I had a conversation with a couple of folks last night, one parent was advising their children, well, the only thing I worry about when you get married is don't marry somebody with a lot of student loan debt. Because it just handicaps you as well. Here's an opportunity, and Sean Riley and ITD and CTS are constantly looking for help. I don't know that they've been fully staffed in the last 10 years. Some other stuff that I didn't put on the PowerPoint, about 80% of businesses are saying they are losing business because they don't have enough staff to take care of the business that's there. They're not able to accept new business because they don't have the staffing levels to do it. And in today's economy and in the global economy, how can you do that? How can you not accept new business and not, you're just killing yourself. So So that's where we're trying to go. And again, we started with IT and electronics, where we had a need, an employer partner, and a well-documented need for IT and cybersecurity. And so we're working on those. We're also looking at other options, and we're going to knock them off one or two at a time. But again, it's a new initiative for us. The apprenticeship model itself is ancient, but we're trying to put a modern twist on it. We've been working with Harper College out of Illinois, who had a large federal grant to develop this dual model of apprenticeship, and they do it in banking and finance and in retail management, and there's all kinds of areas that we can look at that have not been traditional apprenticeships that we'll be able to look at here as a way. But we're trying to do it in response to what the needs of our state are. That's our mission, is to meet the labor market needs of our community and our region, and to a greater extent our state, and we're trying to do it together with our sister campuses in the system and with our wonderful partners at our neighborhood tribal colleges. So we're, again, as Dr. Ryan said, we can get more done together than we can separately. We need to do that. So I'll stop on the apprenticeship thing, and I'll give you just a quick update of we're trying to invest in the future of farming, and we did get a legislative appropriation of $1 million to build an ag facility on our campus. We're currently leasing one about a mile north of town here. We're making it work. It's not adequate for what we're trying to do. So they appropriated $1 million. They put $500,000 out there for us to as match if we can raise $1 million. And we're in the process of doing that. And there's some other little pools of match that are in our budget. And if Tammy Dolan was here, that's tier 1, tier 2, tier 3, and she understands, and Corey Kenner understands that better than I do. I know that we have to raise about $1.5 million, and we're working on it. Here's a artist rendering of what we're hoping our facility will look like, and I'll put that up there. You can't see it. The big blue chunk on one side, the over 50% of the building, that's the shop and lab. On the other side is a conference room, 2 classrooms, and the offices for the faculty in the Precision Ag program and the Adult Farm Management. So not a lot of extra space, but what we dearly need is that shop and lab space. The current facility we're in, we cannot get the new combines in. We can't get the new planters in. They don't fit through the door. And when we can get them on loan from the dealerships is when they're not being used in the fields and the weather is not conducive to teaching outside at those times of the year. So we're working frantically on that with fundraising, and hoping to be back to the board at some point soon to get approval to move forward with at least the foundation and the dirt work. We'd like to get that done this fall so that we can be in this facility we'd like to be in there next fall. It's basically I'm going to use a term kind of generic like Kleenex, but a Morton building, and not a Don Morton building, but a metal building with some finish in about half of it, and the rest of it's open shop space. So it'll go up relatively quickly if we can get the dirt work and the foundation work done this fall. And we've gotten a number of contributions from some industry partners, and we've even had a couple of local farmers that have wanted to invest in the future of ag that have stepped up and contributed significant dollars to the building project. And we've got a lot of asks out there and a lot more to go, and we're knocking them off one by one. The foundation director and I are making a lot of personal visits to potential donors, and again, we're confident we'll get there, and we'll be back to you for permission to proceed. But we're excited about the opportunity for us to be able to have that facility on campus and continue growing our program. And I took twice as long as you were scheduled me for, but I was trying to get you back close to your agenda, so I'll stop there and be glad to answer any questions.
As you go into experiential learning, and Larry is doing the same thing,
Yeah.
how is it impacting your academic calendar? It seems like academic calendars will have to change somewhat.
We're working through those issues. Like I said, we're just starting this, but yes, we're going to have to get creative and probably add some sessions to the academic calendar to match up with the needs that the employer has in the workplace. But we're also And I neglected to mention, this is a fabulous opportunity for veterans that already have some of this training in the military. And we've got some experience in hiring veterans with IT experience. In fact, a couple of the folks helping you get connected this morning were our veterans that we've hired that got their training in the military. And so we've had that campus at the Grand Forks Air Force Base for over 40 years. We're used to granting credit for military training already. We utilize the ACE guide and their MOS and are able to do that. So we're able to do the credit for prior experience and prior training. And as I said, Member Morton, we're going to have to try to find ways to be flexible to meet the needs of business and industry with regard to the academic calendar and the course offerings. Our challenge is to be able to have enough apprentices to have a cohort to be able to run those on a special term. If not, we're going to have to fit them into our existing term. And one of the reasons we were working with ITD is they basically have a statewide presence. And so we don't have to try to find a cohort of 10 IT technicians that can all come on this campus and take classes. We need to find 10 across the state that can all take these digitally online and be able to deliver it that way so they can get it delivered where they are and in a timely manner when it's needed. And so we may be looking to CTS and others for some assistance in making PeopleSoft adapt to what we need to do in terms of the term schedules and the academic calendar.
Larry, have you encountered issues with academic calendar as you get more and more experiential learning?
Thank you for the question. We've actually done this for quite some time, and we used to have 70 sessions per semester, and now we've called that down to 50. And so we have a lot of block classes that are like 3 weeks long and 2 weeks long, and she was an energy. They do most of it there. Do you know how
Anywhere
many?
from 3 to 8.
3 to 8 weeks. So we have, right now we have over 50 sessions per semester for exactly what Doug's talking about and what your question is leading to, and that is that the normal academic calendar just does not work if people are going to be working. And so the more people that are working, then we have to make accommodations with within the academic calendar, and it's working quite well for us. As we move forward and we're going to have hands-on with all the Bachelor of Applied Sciences, then we're going to have to kind of revisit that and see how we're going to work that in there. But right now, we've been doing it, and it works well. And Doug, the software works, and you know, the records people can help you set those up. But we can do a lot of block classes, and we do a lot of that.
Good. Editorial comment. I think going forward, we know there's going to be a lot of competition for college students, and there's going to be a lot of colleges going out of business. And I venture to say that the schools that embrace experiential learning, all the way from the co-op model to capstone, anything, the schools that embrace experiential learning will make it, and they'll thrive. And those that don't, they're not going to be around. Just my thought on that.
Chair Hacker, thank you, Dr. Darling, for your presentation. I'll add to that, Don. The schools that embrace an exchange, a hearty exchange with the pre-K-12 setting are the schools that will survive. And Lake Region does an exceptional job of that in this area. Over 700 students taking dual credit online courses in this region, serving rural schools with exceptional quality in terms of the delivery of the instruction, and career exploration events. Lake Region hosts many events throughout the year. What I love about the events here is it's not simply a cafeteria of instructors, programs talking about what they have to offer. They are asking students, what are you passionate about? What would you like to take? What would you like to see as a consumer of education and opportunities? And I think that's the key, and really want to thank you for those opportunities on behalf of our students.
Thank you.
Doug, you and I are kind of on a first-name basis. I just want to say, number one, thank you for your leadership at Lake Region State. This is really exciting with the direction that you're taking your institution and campus with experiential learning. I think you're doing a bang-up job. Well, thank you.
Oh, thank you, and it takes a great team, and I've got a fabulous team in place here right now, and we've got faculty looking to think out of the box and basically turn upside down how they're delivering their programming, and while still delivering it in the traditional method. So it's again, it takes a great team, and I've got that, and I've got great partners within the system. President Scogan has always been most helpful, and Dr. Lindquist and I have worked together for many, many years on a number of different things, and we're excited to look at these new things. So we can get more done together than we can as individuals, and that's, trying to make great use of the resources that the state of North Dakota provides us and give the state the best return on their dollars invested.
Thank you. Chancellor, we'll move on to item 33.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So this item is the NDSES action plan. I know the last time we all talked about this, it was somewhat of a tense meeting. I can't remember how many there were votes and back and forth votes on the temporary system oversight and whatnot on the board. In the end, directed me to work directly with Dr. Richmond on an action plan. I didn't bring the pages and pages of it, but front and back Excel spreadsheet, and I can say we're working collegially, and out of the 34 action steps, 20% are complete, 20% are partial, so we're 40% through there, and some were sent back. These are the ones that were sent back. We need more data, and very collegial, like, okay, we'll get you more data on that. So we are working through that as directed, and I'm glad to, again, mindful of the complexity here, but if you have individual questions or whatnot at any point, feel free to reach out to me, and can, John and I could meet with you on to explain in more detail. That's all on that item, sir. Keep going. Okay. Presidential goals, I have approved those. As you can see from, this is very helpful that Dr. Weber filled out. Your strategy is, system efficiencies, educational excellence, access to remote areas, affordability, and research. I have a little acronym in my mind for that. It's the word C, the A squared and an R. So complex system, but you can just see right here. Doug Darling is understanding his market, the strengths of his institution, a long tradition in online. In fact, one of the major providers to the Air Force up in Grand Forks. And so then your broad, high-level direction is then brought down into some metrics and specifics, but then he has to execute that. And that's why the binder behind me, you can see how big that is, because each campus has fairly complex programs to meet these needs with literally thousands of people working on that. So the goals were completed, and I just want to thank the presidents for the fact that it does take time and effort to input that. And if I can roll right into one of the studies, and I'll take any questions on the goals, but one of our studies, which Vice Chancellor Weisskopf has agreed to do, is something that was approached a couple of years ago, and that is perhaps going to a more abbreviated goal report input process annually, and then at the 3-year point, really get into the details. Because, of course, some things, like, for example, Dr. Darling, rolling out an ambitious apprenticeship program, for us to say, well, hey, in 9 months, tell us how you did. Well, we're literally just rolling this out, But if instead we say, come back in 3 years, report your progress, we can then start to, perhaps be more mindful of the time that it does take to fill in and populate the strategic planning system. But the goals have been approved, and we're proceeding on. Go to the next item if you like.
Any board member feedback on the presidential goals? Chancellor, we'll move on to cabinet studies.
Okay, well, thank you. I just want to thank the cabinet because, in fact, last night I was encouraging Don Morton and Dr. Scogan to open Scogan and Morton Associates to do consulting for higher ed because, as you know, they both retire next June, and we really don't have a higher ed industry, whereas Dr. Rhines learned AGB and many of these companies, huge presence in Chicago, Minneapolis, Mecca's quartered there, Denver. There's all sorts of higher ed, and these people consult. You say, hey, we have a study, come help Doug Darling on this. Doug Darling is building this, working with Dr. Scogan and Dr. Lindquist. Similarly, the cabinet has done studies that have changed the policies in North Dakota. If you recall, we had a study on governance, which led to the governance committee, administrative affairs, mission study, which led to much of the IT work that was done. Tuition policies were changed significantly based on the work of John Richmond, Tammy Dolan. So the cabinet continues to be that resource. Also, the campus is a resource. Privacy is a massive issue that now, is a national level issue in DC, and your own University of North Dakota brought together an interdisciplinary team from the law school, the computer science department, and provided a study of digital privacy as it relates to North Dakota and where currently our legislature is, which is a complex issue. So we are working hard on these type of things to inform us. The cabinet, in addition to the study that Phil Weiskupp will do on the evaluation system, and what I will also do, just my staff and myself, will reach out to Western governors to look at them as a partner for more online to accelerate that. The Pearson and those type of things, are not inexpensive, so we are doing that out of my office. But the cabinet will take on 3 studies, the one I mentioned already with Dr. Darling on a more collaborative digital workforce and education entity. And I just mentioned Digital Dakota Academy, maybe that's what it becomes, but the whole idea is build on the synergies of all 11 campuses, everything they're offering, and how can we better meet the needs of workforce. The other study is the challenge of retention. It's becoming widely known that math in freshman, sophomore year depletes many of the students who are trying to progress. Carnegie's done a study on this, National Academy of Sciences study, NSF, and so we have, being led by Jerry Migler and Alan Lefebvre, a math pathways study of how we can apply that here in North Dakota. And then the last study, which I'm leading, is on the Legacy Fund. As you know, the legislature has convened a committee co-chaired by Senator Wardner and Representative Pollard, the 2 respective majority leaders. Representative Pollard came by my office just yesterday and encouraged us that we were very much looking for input from the higher ed. I've already consulted several times with Member Hacker, and a draft study plan options is being worked with this group. And at this point, I would like to be sure to invite the CCF, the staff organizations, for input, because we want to hear ideas and thoughts on how better we can support the higher education enterprise. And so on that group, that includes Dr. Bashani, who is on the line. He's sick. Thank you for not infecting us. My dad had walking pneumonia. I mean, it's going around. One of our staff had walking pneumonia, so do be careful. We also, on that group, we have John Miller and Brian Van Horn, and of course, Tammy Dolan is senior staff assistant on that. And we'll fully keep the budget finance, the state board leadership, apprised. And who knows, it may roll up into a state board group, depending on your decisions on that, sir. That's all I have on the studies.
Chancellor, thank you. And
Chair, I would like to clear up one thing the Chancellor mentioned. I do not want to work for an organization that has such poor judgment they would hire me as a consultant.
You have more wisdom than you give yourself credit for.
Chancellor, as it relates to the Legacy Fund study, those other studies are fairly internal, but it sounds like there's some type of deliverable that we're going to owe to that committee, and this is a major topic. And so I would hope that as you build in that timeline for the study, that this board would have an opportunity to review the work that was done and the recommendation, and to weigh in on that before you hit kind of the finish line of the deliverable to the legislative leadership. And that we also gain executive branch input on that plan as well before it goes in to the legislature. We are this unique body. We're sometimes considered the 4th branch of government. And many times I relate that to as we need to be the glue that pulls those branches together for the betterment of higher education and the future of the state. So I do believe that topic especially should come before the full board for some input and discussion.
And if I may, Chair Hacker, as I briefed the chair yesterday, when Representative Pollard, the majority leader, and the House is the more difficult one. If you recall, the Senate passed the Research Legacy Fund overwhelmingly, I think 43-4. It failed on the House. He has invited Chair Hacker leadership, we'll see what it is, for the legacy meeting in February. So already in his mind has put it on the agenda. So yes, sir, we will find a way to link in and perhaps if you want to pick one of the committees to be our main conduit, whatever you'd want to advise us on.
And Chair Hacker, may I ask a quick question as well? Regarding the math pathways, some discussion that we've had among staff also relates to some of the remedial math courses and the barriers that those can also have in student persistence. Is that going to be part of your pathway study as well? I'm just looking for some.
I am almost certain of that. Dr. Migler, go ahead.
Thank you for that clarification.
No, that's what the Carnegie study showed. You put someone remedial, they get demoralized and they quit. If instead they could be gaining some credit while they're doing it, it just gives much more likely success. So.
Yeah, and I'll add that staff have had some ideas on that, and so we would be willing to be a part of that conversation as well.
And Lisa Johnson, take it from here.
Sure. Thank you, Chancellor. I just asked if I could bring to the board's attention the 2019 Joint Boards meeting that's scheduled to meet on October 7th, 2019. That meets in the Pioneer Room at the State Capitol. All board members are not required, but you're all invited. If you're not familiar with what the Joint Boards is, it's an annual convening, and the Joint Boards is comprised of the North Dakota Department of Public Instruction, the CTE, or Career and Technical Education, our State Board of Higher Ed, and the Education and Standards and Practices Board. And so each entity is responsible. Every 4 years, we're responsible for coordinating. We did it last year. This year, K-12, the North Dakota Department of Public Instruction, will be organizing that agenda, and there's a link to that in your materials today. And a couple of board members have told me already that they plan to attend, so I'm grateful for that. It is nice to see your board members attending that amidst the other board members from the other entities that are represented. But I think Board Member Louders, I think Chair Hacker, you had indicated you were planning to attend, student Caleb DeShack, and if any others are planning to attend, certainly let us know, but you're all welcome, and just asked if I could put that on your agenda today.
Thank you, Lisa. It's a really wonderful event where you get just a much broader perspective on pre-K-12 through CTE and career and tech education outside of higher education, and then all the way through research education. So it's really kind of an enlightening experience. I enjoyed it when I went last year, so looking forward to it. With that, I want to welcome Dr. Lindquist as well as Mark Schill. There are our post-lunch discussion topic, folks, and Dr. Lindquist, I think you've been the president at Candeska since 2013, roughly? 03.
It only seems. I need the credit.
So we want to welcome you, and Mark does economic and analysis as well as demographic research over at Praxis Strategy Group located in Grand Forks. I've heard his presentation before. I'm really looking forward to having the rest of you kind of get a sense of, what's our populace look like, what are their ages, what are their demographics, what's that mean to us, to higher education, and the multitude of other things that he knows with that presentation. So after lunch, we're really looking for their presentations. We're going to go to lunch. Please reach out and meet with them and visit with both of them at lunch so that we're all kind of in the same team here when they come back. So we're going to break for lunch, approximately 30 to 40 minutes, and we will reconvene here at 12 o'clock.
No.
40 minutes for lunch?
40 minute lunch. Okay.
12 o'clock. Didn't you say 11?
12 o'clock.
If you're going to talk from there, you're going to.
No, I'm gonna go over there.
Well, you are
I
going to
think
do
the
the
other
thing.
gentleman
Phil,
is-
Phil needs this.
Yeah, that's right.
Huh?
The other guy's first.
Mark?
Mark.
Again, thank you, Lake Region State College, for hosting us for lunch. The chicken wild rice soup was fantastic. Thank you. I'm getting thumbs up about lunch from Member Nesset over here, so it was exceptionally good. We want to welcome we're going to go back to the regular order of our agenda. That means we have items 26, 27, 36 through 40 left. And we will come back and start with item number 26. I want to introduce Mark Schill. He's the Vice President of Research and works with Praxis Strategy Group. A lot of their work is within demographics, future of different industries, including higher education and strategy. So Mark, thank you for being with us. It's the informal bio I gave of you, and so feel free to add additional pertinent information that you think the folks would appreciate.
Sure. Chairman Hacker and members of the board, thanks a lot for having me. I had done a similar talk with the GND CCO roundtable in, I think it was June, and Lisa Johnson and Chair Hacker were at that meeting, and said, oh, would you mind coming and talking to the board? I said, sure. So here I am. And so we'll talk a lot about kind of some of the similar themes that were discussed there, kind of broadly on trends and what's happening in the state. And so, right, a little bit about my background so you understand the lens I'm looking through here. I work under really two planes. One is public policy and trends and research. I spent 6 years working for the U.S. Chamber of Commerce Foundation on their national report on state-level economic development, done some broad work on the Heartland and the Gulf Coast and some different regions. But a lot of the work is really on the ground, working directly with communities, economic development agencies, increasingly businesses, nonprofit boards on strategy. And how do we take this information and apply it to work that we can actually do? Our firm also spent, relevant to the university system, about 10 years running the Red River Valley Research Corridor in partnership with Senator Dorgan. And so that's what I'm looking through. I'm not a card-carrying economist or demographic demographer, but where I work or where I live is sort of in between this information and action. And how do we take these things and frame it and to make decisions and to move forward? And so looking at the economy, right, this is probably the key sort of, oops, that's the wrong button. The key chart, right, is this job trend that's happened in the last 15 or 20 years. And we've all seen this, right? But I think it's worth looking at in whole, because the narratives depend on what frame of time we're looking at. But you can see this huge increase, of course, right, through the oil boom and then the bust and a little bit of recoil here back. But what I would point out is down here, in the early 2002 to 2008, jobs were picking up in this state. Things were happening before the oil boom. And that's an important shift, I think, to look at. But overall, right, we saw 140,000 new jobs between this sort of low point down here in about 2002 up until December of 2014. That's a lot. That's really a lot. And then about 39,000 were lost once the oil prices shift and things bounced back in the other direction. But if we look here at the last 5 or so years, you can see this decline, this 39,000 jobs that we've seen now since late 2017, about 7,300 job growth back up to, this is the latest here in August of this year. And so, there's some nuance here. I think it's important to say, though, if we look at what's happened over 15 years, right, 108,000 new jobs in this state, 33%, particularly considering the previous 20, 30, 40 years of trajectory. It's important to keep this in context. And I think a lot of times in policy and in public discussion, we're looking at these narrow windows of what's happened, or that after 2014, it's a new normal, right? That this state being at the level that it's at is just like it always was. But there's been radical, radical shifts. And of course, a lot of that's been due to this growth in the oil patch. I think, here again, if you look at just from peak to trough, we lost 40% of our employment. That's horrible. Oh, no, well, since 2017, we're up 8,400. That's pretty good. Well, if you look from 2007 to here, this is insane. Jobs quadrupled. Yet overall, between the starting point here and over here, 3.5 times growth in these 3 oil patch counties. I mean, it's truly, I think we've lost sight of some of what the change that's happened. 3.5 times back, in this area where, that's at about 15,000 employment, now up to 45,000. Very significant. So again, the narrative we hear, though, sometimes depends on these sort of endpoints that we pick. What's the starting point? What's the ending point? And so, of course, mining, logging, and construction has driven this, right? We've seen 20,000, 40,000 jobs here in this decline, and now it's coming back again here in the last year and a half. And so this has driven, as you would expect, similar curves in some of these resource-intensive, materials-intensive sectors, right? Here's transportation, warehousing, and utilities, similar pattern, right? Big run-up, drop, it's come back a little bit here, 3,000 or 4,000 in the last 2 years. Wholesale trade, again, very similar. This was a bigger industry, so the growth wasn't quite as big. But again, growth, decline, flattened. Retail, a little bit different. You see the growth and the increase, but it's continuing to drop. And again, this is through August of this year statewide. So the state's down about 6,000 retail jobs since roughly 2015. Now, there's other factors here besides the commodity prices. Certainly, the Canadian exchange rate has a lot to do with that. But retail hasn't rebounded like we've seen these others. Manufacturing, somewhat similar. Here's the Great Recession, right? This giant hit, about 4,000 jobs in the state. Decline after the bust, and now it's bounced back pretty significantly back to roughly where it was in 2008. Manufacturing, I think, is pretty interesting because there's a lot of variation across this state. There's much higher concentration of manufacturing in the east than there is the west. So these two lines are Grand Forks and Bismarck. Here's Grand Forks' line on top here. You've seen about 1,500 manufacturing jobs added in Grand Forks since 2010. Bismarck hasn't. Bismarck's down at only 1,900 jobs versus 4,500 in Grand Forks. Significant difference, not necessarily good or bad, but the Grand Forks is now at about 90% of the national average for manufacturing jobs. It'd probably be over 100 if you include the state mill, which are technically, of course, public. So it's become much more manufacturing dependent, whereas Bismarck in much of western North Dakota is still at 20 to 30 to 40% in manufacturing jobs of average. And so again, just to point out that there is some variation across the state. So we've seen this pattern up, down, rebound in a lot of the material intensive sectors, but a little bit different in some of the more knowledge base. Here's finance, a lot of growth there, but it maintained most of the growth. Now we've seen a little bit of a hit lately with a little bounce back here, but it's been flat. So a lot of those jobs stayed. Healthcare, of course, no surprise, but taking off like it is nationally. But look at this too. There's a little spike even of another 2,500 here in the last year. Pretty significant. Professional business services. Here's a key one. Again, this sector is undersized for North Dakota, as where you'd like to see it, but there has been some growth, and we're seeing a rebound, but it's essentially maintained the growth that it was seen during the oil boom. And so, of course, since in the last 5 years, we've seen these are the metropolitan areas across the Upper Plains here. Since 2013, obviously, certainly quite a bit of decline. Williston down 23%, Minot up 9%. Fargo is still up above the national numbers up here, 8.2. And so we've seen kind of the same pattern there, right? But the difference is in the last 15 to 20 years in this state is economic output has continued to increase very, very significantly. And here we're looking at gross regional product. So it's GDP for a region. You can see Fargo, Bismarck, even Grand Forks, way ahead of this. This is all metropolitan areas down here nationally. And so a lot of these other regions across the Upper Plains in our region, Mankato, Madison, Eau Claire, Sioux Falls certainly are up ahead. But even Fargo, Bismarck, twice the national rate since 2001 in growth in GDP. And so what is that doing? More value, more productivity, more money in the economy, better jobs, better incomes. Looking at median family income here. I look at median family income. It's a household where any two people are related, partly because you look at Grand Forks, Fargo, the demographics there's quite a few households that are deferring their income in college, right? They're not making what they could be making even at 22 years old. It pushes down that household income number, whereas family income is a little more even. Most of these places, again, here's the national number, 87K in Bismarck, 78 in Fargo, 75 in Grand Forks. North Dakota's well ahead. Getting competitive with the cities, and Sioux Falls, not quite there yet. But the difference is the growth. This is since 2009. This is one of the most important, I think, national trends. This number, if you run it back to 2000, adjust for inflation, it's close to zero. Household income growth has been flat. Not the case in this region. You can see North Dakota, Bismarck, Fargo, Grand Forks, all seeing pretty significant income growth. And so we've had these huge swings. We've had yet this shift, more higher value, raising incomes. Not quite to the point where maybe you'd like to see them, but getting there. Okay, demographics. Obviously the economic story is impactful, but I think the biggest impact may be on the structure of the population in the state. And so even 5 years back, the jobs numbers don't look great. You're still seeing population increases. Williston, Fargo, Dickinson, Bismarck. Here's North Dakota number right here. A few are trailing a little bit. Minot, Grand Forks, Wahpeton down there. But the population is continuing to increase. So you put that in context with the national figures, North Dakota is now the 4th youngest state in terms of median age. You saw these population numbers, right, since 2011, ranking first in the country. Here's the decline, dropping down in the 40s, but now in the latest year, it's back up to 19th in population growth. Domestic migration, first during the height of the boom. So when there was jobs, people were moving here at rates akin to the Las Vegas boom. These huge, North Dakota was way ahead in domestic migration. That's people moving within the country. Dropped down to the bottom, but then it's starting to creep up again. Here's now 12th in immigration. That's a little surprising. But maybe most importantly is 3rd in birth rate. This state behind Utah, and I'm not sure who's number 2, but that high birth rates create this systemic change in the population over the long run. That's important. And so if you look at this, here's what we're doing here is breaking down the income buckets across the population in the state. So if under 5 is over here, 85 and over is over here. And if you look at this horizontal line, if North Dakota looked just like the rest of the country, all these bars would touch this line, right? So it gives us this sense of where are we high or where are we low, where's the landscape? And so now, most recently, look down here, 13% above average for kids under 5. Of course, the impact of the university system well above for 20 and 24. But here's the big change. Through age 30, 35, North Dakota has a higher than average concentration of folks in those age groups. Not so much in the 40s and 50s, right? But the big difference is the shift. Going back to 2009, you see still below in late 20s, way below in early 30s, below in kids under 5, right? And so you see back to this one, this change, and it's older in this situation as well. And so certainly in higher ed planning, you're aware of this number, lagging a little bit in the feeder system for traditional students. But this shift, more people in their 30s, more young kids, is a really important fundamental change. You say, wow, that's just the oil boom, that's just Fargo. Well, did some work up in northeastern North Dakota, in these 4 counties, Walsh, Pembina, and Nelson, along with Grand Forks. Here's what the curve looks like there. This is just those 3 rural counties, well, Nelson, Pembina, and Walsh. They're now a little bit at or above average for young kids. And here, obviously, a big gap in the 20 to 30 group, as you'd expect. No higher education in that region. And a gap here, and certainly older. But if you compare it to what it looked like 7 years ago, you see how much older it was then, right? Here's now, here's then. And so even there, you're seeing these numbers pop up. Even the 20, it was way below in 2009. These bars are coming up closer to average and say, well, that's just the millennials, right? There's this huge age group, they're aging up and that's pushing up the numbers. Well, that's part of it. But if you compare the growth in some of these key groups, here's 30 to 34, 18% in rural counties, 9.5% in the nation. So these 3 rural counties are growing and people in their 30s roughly twice as fast as the rest of the country. They're still way behind, but it's happening. Here's Grand Forks County here. And even in the young kids, the rural counties aren't quite there, but they're still beating the national rate for this age group, even accounting for millennials aging into their 30s and pushing those numbers up, right? And so The other key one, and this actually surprised me looking at the latest data on immigration. Bismarck is now 132nd out of all 383 regions, from New York City all the way down to the smallest. Just 5 years ago, Bismarck was at the bottom. So that's a big shift. And now Fargo and Grand Forks are all now top 15% of all metropolitan areas in immigration. That's a big shift. So I think it's worth pointing out that, but also the difference, again, between different areas of the state. There's some fundamental differences. The age structure, immigration, Bismarck's now catching up on that. But there is a lot of nuance there. And I think the higher education system and its robustness in North Dakota is a lot of what drives the immigration rate. Okay, so looking at talent. Of course, we know unemployment, very low. Here's the national. Here's all of these same group of metropolitan areas. North Dakota is down at 3%. National, 4.4. We know this. Bemidji, Duluth are a little higher. And labor force participation. This whole region, Upper Plains, very high. 60% in the country. All these yellow bars up above, up to Williston, where it's 87% of the workers that are there are employed. And so this is true for the whole region. This is the narrative driving a lot of the discussion, right? High demand, low supply. Well, yet a lot of the narrative also focuses on the brain drain and people leaving the state. Well, when you actually look at educational attainment, I like to look at age 25 to 44 because, one, it's future oriented. Two, if you look at resource-based economies, the Plains, the Great Lakes, these are economies that 20, 30, 40, 50 years ago, you didn't need a 4-year degree or even a 2-year degree to get a good job, right? So in those places, the older populations drive down the educational attainment rate. But when you look at this younger group, here's associate's degree or higher. More than half of North Dakotans aged 25 to 44 have a 2-year degree. That's fourth among all states. Behind Massachusetts, Minnesota, and I can't remember the other one, maybe New York. That's high. In the metropolitan areas, Fargo, Bismarck, Grand Forks are there or above, right? A lot of that has to do with the really high concentrations in the 2-year degrees in North Dakota. That's number one as a share of the whole total population. But still, when you look at bachelor's degrees, 17th. A little bit above national. Fargo, quite a bit above. Bismarck, the same way. And so when you look at this age group of 25 to 44, they're significantly well educated. This is a strength. Again, but though it's not necessarily evenly distributed across the state. Here's Fargo at 36%, a bachelor's degree and above. Here's the national number. There's quite a few places, Minot, Jamestown, Dickinson, Williston, Wahpeton, that are still below, that still have work to do in that area. The other key workforce measure is pay, right? So if we look at the median pay for different job types across North Dakota, you got managers here making $42 an hour, healthcare practitioners, these are the doctors, 28, legal scientists. Over here, some of them are blue collar jobs in the 20s, 18, right? That's median pay statewide, okay? But what does that tell us? Well, let's look relative. So if we compare this pay to the 9-state region, you look at a lot of these jobs that require higher level of education, they're below to significantly below in computer and math. Your average computer and math worker in North Dakota makes only 79% of the 9-state regional average. Pretty low. Yet you look at these more, for lack of a better term, blue-collar jobs, 112%, 108%, 106%, 117%. There you're seeing labor prices reflecting the demand, right? The price of labor increasing where there's demand. And a lot of these, we're producing a lot of talent in a lot of these areas, and there's a case to be made that we still have work to do for more jobs, more high-end jobs, more STEM jobs. And when you look at STEM job concentration, North Dakota is still way behind. Certainly North Dakota was one of the top fastest growing states for STEM jobs for several years, but still is now in the bottom third of states as far as concentration. And now here's the national level of share, your relative share of STEM jobs and of all your jobs. Fargo's above a little bit, but the rest of these places, Bismarck at 91%, the whole state at 76%. Grand Forks, all the way down to Wahpeton at 35%, right? So this idea that, we've had this great growth, the economy has expanded, the boom has happened, and now all our troubles are over, that's not the case. There's still a lot of work to do on these high-level, knowledge-intensive job creation. And that's really reflected in earnings as well, in STEM jobs. All of these are well below. Here's the national average of 79,000. Of course, the large metros, Denver, Minneapolis, above that. North Dakota's right here. And so again, the salaries aren't there yet. The concentration of these jobs is not there yet. There's still plenty to do. So how do you do that? Well, I think this context is important, right? If you look back here, here's our share of jobs in ag was 70% in the 1850s, and it's trailed down here. Here's industry that peaked at about 35% in the 50s, and now services are increasingly 75% of all employment. Does that mean that ag and industry doesn't matter? No. It's that these capital-intensive industries are still creating tremendous impact, but a lot of the jobs are being created up here in this line. So can this state capture the ag-focused professional services, the ag-focused software, the energy-focused software? Can you jump from here to here and find these sectors that still fit with the economic DNA of the state, yet are technically in services and are not necessarily directly in these industries? So it's managing this transition. In a lot of places, it hasn't happened, right? But that means different things are different places. Here's an analysis that did a biotech concentration by state. And you look at here, the nations here, these are all the states that are above average, all for different reasons, right? New Jersey, Massachusetts, there it's pharmaceuticals. Indiana, Warsaw, Indiana, medical devices. Minnesota, medical devices. Iowa, Nebraska, plant sciences, right? Yes, biotech, but all having something to do with the economic DNA, the know-how that's already present. And so I think the other key theme here in high tech is decentralization in some industries. So nationally, all we hear about is Facebook, Google, Twitter. That's tech, right? Well, those big, flashy companies created since 2004 291,000 new jobs. What I call boring tech, which is business-to-business services, systems design, programming, engineering services, all knowledge intensive. Yeah, 3 to 4 times as many maybe. Right? And so these are the jobs we're seeing decentralizing, right? These are the jobs that are in that line of services in the last slide, right? Is how do we capture some of these things? And it is happening to some degree. You've seen numerous firms in the state doing that, but I think here's where the opportunity lies. And so that's where this professional business services line matters. This line is skyrocketing nationally, and keeping up with it is key. Right. Another key structural advantage in North Dakota is the higher ed system, right? If you look at, this is something we did for the U.S. Chamber, so it's a little old, but bachelor's degrees granted per capita, North Dakota is number 1 by a mile. Now, if you include private sector degrees, it drops down here somewhere. But this is a huge, significant structural advantage in this state. And I think if you look back 30, 40 years, you can make a good case to say that higher ed's overbuilt. If you look forward 30 or 40 years, we might be exactly where we want to be. And so I think the higher ed system may be as important an advantage as the resources in the ground at that point. And so when Governor Burgum came on a few months later, he had this quote, right, or this discussion about knowledge transfer. It can happen anywhere, and how does that impact the university system? And I think that's true, but it's short of the point. Is that when we talk to employers on this workforce issue, what skills are they missing? It's soft skills, synthesis, analysis, problem solving, writing, communication, all of these things that are learned in liberal arts degrees and are learned face to face. So I think if you go back 20 years and say, okay, we anticipate the internet revolution making knowledge access happening anywhere, you'd be in a good position with this line of thinking. But now we've shifted almost the other direction to where the things learned face to face, the human skills, the deep thinking that are taught in more of a traditional higher education model are, I think, going to be the shortage moving forward. And so there's this tremendous opportunity, and liberal arts degrees, I think, were typecast based upon the knowledge. Why would I need to know 12th century European history? You don't. But what you do need is the research, the writing. How do I communicate all the skills you learn from those degrees And whereas the STEM degrees, the height of the run up in public attention towards that was based on the skills learned, right? And certainly in medicine and in other industries, knowledge is still important, but there still is this tremendous opportunity, I think, for liberal arts and for teaching the skills required that'll be in demand in the future. Lastly, though, I think we can't lose sight of the other core mission of higher ed, which is knowledge creation, right? Is few other places, the corporate R&D budgets are dropping significantly, and this is still this critical societal benefit that universities provide that we have to double down on, especially in a state where we have that capacity in place. Is such an opportunity. All right, so what's the future of higher education, right? I think the Thanksgiving turkey story is useful here. And this comes from a guy named Nassim Taleb, who was an options trader, who's become sort of this mathematician, strategist guy, and acerbic Twitter personality as well. He has this turkey that lives on a farm, gets up every day, goes down to the trough, eats, has a good time, wanders around the lot, his yard, goes to bed, gets up the next morning, does the same thing over and over. Turkey hires a bunch of economists and analysts and says, they all say, Turkey, based on all the information we know, your future is extremely bright. Until it wasn't, right? The turkey had something on his horizon that he could have never foreseen. It wasn't something that was even within his purview of what he was even, it wasn't a risk he was even thinking about managing, right? And so that's basically Taleb's concept of the black swan theory, these events that are outliers, but they have high impact. Low frequency, high impact events that we'll concoct explanations for after the fact. Oh yeah, of course the internet was going to get invented, or we see all the signs now of why 9/11 happened, right? So they're unknown unknowns, and so I think uncertainty, the knowledge revolution has actually increased complexity and increased uncertainty. So you look at the job trend in Grand Forks, I think you see a lot of these external factors. Flood in 1997. Through this time, you had downsizing of 2,500 military jobs. That occurred here too. Here you have higher education budget cuts. You have Canadian exchange rate dropping in the same period, right? All these external factors, egg prices, influencing. None of the local leadership, the economic development leadership in that community has any say to deal with any of those things. And so we're impacted by that. And so what do you do about it? Well, one concept that Taleb talks about is this idea of a barbell theory. As humans, we think we're very good at predicting the future, when in fact we're terrible at it. And so his point is you focus on these two ends of the barbell. Your low risk, known work down here, but you make a few high payoff bets up here with low risk if they don't work, but you stay out of the middle here with these grandiose plans where you're pretty sure of what's going to happen, and you invest all this money in business, in education, in public life, that actually we don't have a good sense of what to do here. And so it's just a way to think about, okay, how do I apply this?
So could I ask you to just clarify that? If you go back up one slide then. So what you're saying is, look at the things that could be existential risk, things that could completely blow your model out of the water, and then also low-risk things that yield, do that, but try to avoid the stuff in the middle that isn't critical.
In a sense, I would say start with the idea that you're not going to be good at predicting all of the risks, right? And so you stay out of here where you're vulnerable with mid to large investments where if the environment changes, you're going to lose a lot. Whereas down here, you may crank out, say, in business, profit or existence. But up here, you say, look, we know change is happening. And so we want to be in position to take advantage of that change if it occurs, right? And so the work in this area is more to say, if this happens, we're there. We're in position to take advantage. There's another angle to it, which is this idea called anti-fragility, is to say, let's put ourselves in a position to when the stresses to the system happen, benefit, right? And so, but yet knowing that we can't necessarily predict what those shifts will be. And we're engaging in an extremely complex environment, right? Education, workforce development, commerce, economic development. We're trying to change people's minds, right? Complex work where process matters. So here, this is Jonah Hill, right? He's an actor. But here he's playing Paul DePodesta, the character in the movie Moneyball. Paul DePodesta is from the sports world. It was in baseball and now works with the Cleveland Browns. But he has this idea about process versus results and how to think about a decision-making process. The example he uses, he was sitting at a blackjack table. Person next to him was on a 17 against a face card and hit, won. Someone else says, oh, great hit, great decision. I thought to myself, that wasn't a good decision. That was a horrible decision. If you make that decision over and over, hitting on a 17, you will lose all of your money, right? But yet, because the outcome was good, someone said, oh, great choice. So his idea is taking this idea of that process matters more than results. So if you're up here, you have a good process with a good outcome, you deserve that success. A bad outcome, you got a bad break. Bad process with good outcome, well, that's dumb luck. Bad process, bad outcome, you got what you deserve, right? But yet, the point is, good organizations live up in this part of the box, right? That you can't always predict the outcome of everything, but if we anchor on using that outcome to decide whether or not our process was good or our decision was correct, that's fallacy. So, what's the future of higher ed? What's the future of newspapers? We don't know, right? So the point is, how can we put ourselves in position to be successful? I think it's flexibility. I think it's trying to capitalize on what might be some decentralization coming. If the internet age has done anything, it's accelerate decentralization in a lot of ways. And so perturb the system with small interactions, step back to the balcony, see what happens, gather that feedback, iterate, right? Of course, flexibility, decentralization isn't necessarily the domain of large institutions, but that's also why higher education is threatened by this, right? Is because it's hard to move large institutions. And so the more you can do to be flexible, we spoke in the last year with economic developers across the state on workforce. The number one thing they said was find ways to create flexible funding so we can apply it to the needs that we see in our region, right? And not statewide policy on workforce doesn't necessarily work, but we know we have a need, but it's different everywhere, and it's tactical. We may have a need now that does one thing, we have another need later that's different. And so I think decentralization about this idea of let's try a lot of small things. This is what we do in our community planning, is try to take this approach and not say, we're going to create this plan with all these great action steps that we know most will be irrelevant in a year or two. All right, so 25 minutes, Mr. Hacker. I think I'm close, maybe a little over. What are the takeaways? North Dakota pie is much bigger. There's certainly a lot of work to do in economic development to get to the next level. We've seen less recoil in these sectors like finance, manufacturing, professional services. They've stayed relatively high after the boom. North Dakota is now a young state. Even in the rural areas, we're seeing signs of a demographic reset. I think brain drain is largely a fallacy, and it's an unhelpful public discussion. We have competitive pay for blue-collar jobs, not so much for white-collar. Higher education in North Dakota could be one of its greatest structural advantages in the next 50 years. And the key opportunity is transitioning, right, into these high-end services that fit with local know-how, that fit with talent, that UAS in the energy industry, right? That's a great example. Is how do we do things and capitalize on these shifts that still fit with the things we're good at? And then finally, decision-making, process over results, but flexibility, decentralization, iteration is what we're seeing in the community work we're doing. And that's it. So I'm happy to either get out of here or take questions if you so desire. Discussion.
Let's have some discussion and questions. Mark, thank you very much, first of all. And, your information is always greatly appreciated.
Well, Mark, I have a question for you. One of the things that I think about, and I'm involved in economic development in the city of Minot, but statewide, one of the things I see coming down, and maybe you've studied this, is how the impact of the lack of childcare in our communities impacts the economic development side.
Yeah.
In that sense, I mean, I know Watford City has done a great job of bringing childcare into the fold so they can employ people. I think the rest of the larger communities, I mean, as I think about our opportunity in higher ed, if we could offer childcare to potential students or to our professors and the staff. Anyway, I think it was funny, when I had the discussion with people from Waterford City, we had a lot of discussion about a lot of different things, and she finally said, but you're forgetting the most important thing that we're missing, and it's childcare. And we're going to address that in Waterford City and put our people to work. And, that really hit home with me, and I think that is a concern, and I don't know if that's something statistically that you've factored in or thought about, but just curious.
Yeah, I'd say anecdotally, it's very commonly discussed across this whole region, working a lot in the Arrowhead region of Minnesota right now. Same thing. There, they have high unemployment and low labor force participation, but yet childcare is a huge challenge. And I think a lot of it has to do with just the nature of the business. It's low margin. It requires a lot of personnel that you can't afford to pay very well, because if you do pay enough to keep your employees, well, then the rates go up so high to your customers that they can't afford it, right? And so it's this catch-22, and in the work we've done, we've found, especially working with economic development agencies, they're finding themselves at the middle of these challenges: workforce, housing, childcare, because these are the primary concerns of employers. And so what's the answer? Don't know. I think these incentive programs, the state has had several grants that are used, 30% into the biennium typically. I mean, they're gone like that. They're well used. Locally, those kinds of things make sense. But I think there may be, to your point, a shift towards more employer-focused childcare, to where childcare is now treated more as a benefit along with retirement and healthcare. For some major employers, where they say, look, if this is truly a constraint, we may have to come to the table and be part of the solution, knowing that in private business, it's a hard private business to run. It's hard to say, well, we have a 30-child facility, let's expand to 60 or 90. It's a catch-20. Yeah, go ahead.
And I guess I'll continue on. And one of the things I've thought about from a higher ed perspective is our opportunity. As we all know, we've got a lot of real estate and on our campuses that really are not being used. I'll use Minot State, for example. I think there's a tremendous opportunity if you can work through a collaboration of economic development, university systems, to be able to develop programs that allow us to take advantage of that real estate and put something in place. I mean, that's long-term thinking, but I think it's something that we can help communities grow and benefit ourselves by offering our employees, our staff, childcare, and have programs intertwined with that. I'm kind of talking off the cuff, but it's something that's become pretty evident to me as I've been involved in that economic piece in Minot, and as it fits in with this, with our mission. Thank you.
I think a piece that concerned me greatly from the trends that you had shown was the wage disparity in white-collar jobs. As I look at the institutions that are graduating those four-year degree individuals and how they're being captured by these major metropolitan areas in our region, whether that was the Denver, Aurora area, as I saw on your slide, or I think it was Madison, Wisconsin had 140% better pay than the national average, and that was, I don't know if you want to jump back to that slide or if you can, but I think that was something that, as we're looking from the student perspective, how do you capture and retain those people in North Dakota when you're going against, that sort of medium earnings? And that's, you just look at the disparity there, and I think Fargo is the only town that we came ahead in, but maybe not even.
Right.
That's my point.
Yeah, I think it's still largely a demand issue, that there's just not enough of these industry in the region to drive demand at the high level for some of these jobs. And so that's why I say I think it's still an economic development problem. Yet I think this is good information for the private sector to have as well. And all of you are employers in the room, is to understand, to look at the data to say, is our pay competitive? Is that part of our recruitment problem? But I would also add that we are seeing, in terms of a place like a Denver or the Twin Cities, and where people are moving from is Fargo, Grand Forks, some of these the mid-tier cities in the Plains, Sioux Falls. They're seeing net gains from these large metros, and so there is a shift happening. A lot of them are, say, the suburban counties in these major metros are seeing. I think Grand Forks County has a negative migration rate only with Hennepin County, I think, in the Twin Cities. They're gaining from all the other counties, right? And so some of these things are happening. I think the trends are aligning. There is much more opportunity in this state, in the cities of this state, than there was even 20 years ago. We had someone that worked for our firm and said, "How did you do this work before we had the internet? I mean, it's impossible." But yet we spent 6 years with a client from Washington D.C., right, without a problem. And so those things have shifted to where in the 90s, we couldn't get the same day's Wall Street Journal or New York Times, right? That has leveled, and that's a cliche, but that is true to some extent. So now I think you're seeing, particularly with the suburban people in the suburban areas, I can get a better balance in life in these places. So that said, and then the one more thing I would add is that when we've talked to employers about the workforce issue, particularly around these technical occupations, they say, look, we can get great entry-level people in engineering, in these higher level occupations where there is a program. The students are fantastic. We have no problem. The issue is more in the age 30 to 45, someone with 10 years experience in recruiting those folks. And so I think some of it probably is that this state is churning out a lot of fantastic graduates that are flooding the market for entry-level jobs at engineering places, right? Or whatever the jobs that are there. And so some of them are leaving, and some of that's okay. And that's where I say brain drain is a frustrating public discussion. And what I usually say is, well, that the best way to stop brain drain is to eviscerate your education system, is make it as poor as possible so people can't move, right? They don't have the tools. They're not hireable, right? Well, that doesn't, right? So high levels of out-migration is a ringing endorsement of local education and the value of education in a society. And so the question I still think is more that there are plenty of people that do want to take those positions. We're thinking at the highest level here. Individual jobs is different, but the opportunity is there,
As a final comment, then not necessarily even addressed to you, but I look to my colleagues and I say, what is our place in the conversation for trying to balance these workforce demands with the white collar area, especially in trying to bring those businesses, increase the demand for those jobs, and supply students with those opportunities out of college, or those 30 to 44-year-olds.
If I could respond to Caleb, this is a national issue. The McKinsey report just came out. It's in my folder there. We talked about it at the last meeting, but I know Dr. Van Horn did a very nice inaugural speech, having absorbed the McKinsey speech. All the Chancellor's Cabinet read the McKinsey report. This is a phenomenon happening in mid-tier and rural states, that these huge engines, Denver, Minneapolis, are sucking out that talent in the 30s to 40s once they get experience. And Sean Riley will say the same thing, brings people in. Once they get some mid-tier experience, then they get hired back for high IT. So this is a national conversation. The president actually has talked about this. And the governor, who is now the president of the Western Governors Association, has made that one of his main themes, is how do you reinvigorate rural states and whatnot in the face of this massive draining to these big metropolitan areas that can pay these higher salaries. So no easy answer.
And to add to that, I was going to say the same thing. There is no quote-unquote fix for that. I mean, it's a mix of things, but in terms of this room, tech transfer, funding research, funding these systemic things that can create this opportunity over time. But it takes time. It takes 10, 20 years for that shift to happen, and that sort of timeline is antithetical to the typical state and local political timeline, right? And so you see that when there are initiatives in place in many states, Utah being one, they had a tremendous, or I shouldn't say tremendous, but a significant tech transfer arm and university research investment that lasted 6 to 8 years, and then it was cut. And there's these cycles. And in this state, we had Tech Transfer Incorporated in the 90s, right? So there is this fundamental challenge in aligning the universities as public institutions with these goals, but also noting that this kind of change is systemic, right? And it takes a long time to rewire an economy.
Thank you. So I have a question to follow up on the wage issue for graduates. Since many areas are at full employment or even more than full employment, Wages in general have not been bid up. What do you think is the explanation for that as we think about our graduates or people who get certificates or whatever? Why haven't wages been bid up more when we're essentially at full employment?
To speculate, I think it may perhaps because of mobility, and perhaps because where this state may have the greatest talent surplus is in immediately post graduation, the time in life when people are also most mobile. And so if they don't take the local job, they just move to another place where they can, and I think, and if you look at data on propensity to migrate based on age, that's where it peaks, right, is in early 20s. And looking at our age structure, that's the biggest bar, right, is early 20s, partly because of many are here to go to school. But again, that's a guess. Sometimes you think, well, then perhaps too many local graduates are staying and depressing wages, right? So that, again, to me, it's back to, for the jobs that do exist, yes, it may be a challenge to hire, but the wages should be creeping up higher than they are in some of those jobs. The price of labor should be reflected more if there's a true shortage there. So that would be my speculation. But then secondly, you're seeing now in places like Fargo and Grand Forks these initiatives on recruitment, on trying to focus messaging, and most of these are private sector funded, to where various businesses have gotten together and said, we can recruit to our job, but there's no message about recruiting to the community, right? And so they're banding together at the local level to create these branding and communications campaigns to do that. But again, I think that's more it's not necessarily targeting postgraduates. It's targeting that 30 to 40 group with maybe a couple of kids under age 6, right? To where the package offered by a state like North Dakota is very accessible, right? They're very, alluring.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Hacker. Thank you for your presentation today. Just a comment maybe for the board as we think about how this may apply to campuses. Very interested in your statistics on immigration to the state of North Dakota. And I think something we need to be thinking about is, what does that mean in terms of campus culture, campus customs, campus supports, as we kind of consider that issue of external immigration?
Good point. This is why I appreciated Mark's presentation previously. It generates a lot of thinking. Larry, last and final.
This is it? Okay.
This is it.
All right. So an observation on your presentation, which is very good, and I know all of us really appreciated what you had to say there. But one of the things you talked about, when we talk to our advisory groups and our employers, they will always tell us that they want students, graduates, to have the technical skills. And then they go through the list that you did, the communications, creativity, collaboration, and those sorts of things. And I noticed on your slide, you called them soft skills. We have decided on our campus we're going to start calling them professional skills, because soft skills makes it sound like it's easy. And these are really difficult things. Getting folks to be able to communicate in writing or orally, or to be able to think critically about something that they've just read, it really requires a professional skill from them. And I would just say, if we can get everybody to call them professional skills instead of soft skills, because then it makes it sound like it's too easy.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know.
Yeah, I would agree with that. Even the word professional has connotations of, legal, lawyer, doctor, some of that. It's hard to put your finger on, but I would totally agree that it's high level thinking, right, and communication. Yeah. That's the gap. That's the opportunity.
Okay. And then as long as I've got the microphone and I'm not looking at the chair. I don't know, I would like your response to this, though. If you're familiar with Joel Kotkin's The Next 100 Million.
Yeah, I work with him all the time.
Okay.
Yeah.
So his argument, and we had him on our campus a few years ago to talk about this at one of our economic development things, is he was saying that just naturally what's happening in the United States is the next 100 million people are going to move into the center of the country. They're not going to live on the East Coast or the West Coast. They're going to end up in the center of the country. And his argument was that state by state, we have to get, in fact, I think he said, get your head out of the sand, because it's going to happen to you, and one of the states is going to win. It might be Nebraska, or it might be Texas, it might be South Dakota, it might be North Dakota, but that we have to be very, very active in accepting the challenge that the next 100 million people are going to live here in the middle of the country. Do you have any reaction to that?
I would agree with the idea that that success will not be evenly distributed. And the places that act, that engage, that are explicitly work to do these things will be the ones that are successful, whether it's at the state level, the community level, at individual business, right? And so, yeah, there is this opportunity in population growth. There's this opportunity in the high costs on the coast and housing, and you're seeing impacts of that. The Salt Lake City region spinning up a tremendous tech economy, right? It has a lot to do with the costs in Silicon Valley, right, and the Pacific Northwest. But yet, it doesn't mean it will happen. I would definitely agree that only the places that act and step forward and are mindful are the ones that will be able to take advantage of it.
Again, Mark, thank you very much. The ones, I believe is there a willingness to share your slides?
Sure.
That would be wonderful if we could pass those around, Lisa. One of the things that I've reused from his slide deck was how painful it is for President up in Williston, when you have a 90% labor force participation rate. That means there's literally not enough people with a heartbeat to fill the jobs. And so, that's what we've been asking for, heartbeats now. I don't know what you guys are doing over there at Nesset, but Mark, again, thank you very, very much. Appreciate your time today.
My pleasure. Thanks for having me.
Next, we'd like to welcome Dr. Cynthia Lindquist to come talk with us a little bit about some of the tribal colleges and what's going on in that arena, and how we can maybe look at better partnering together. I think that the governor of the state of North Dakota has really spent a lot of time on trying to open up communication channels and then proactively working together, whether it's on oil and gas tax solutions that have really started to work. And my hope is that, how do we find a way to go beyond? We'll start with step one, which is communicating. And then what is it that we can do better together to serve the state of North Dakota and our students? And I want to thank Phil for working closely with Dr. Lindquist to come here today too. So if there's anything you want to add, Phil, before Dr. Lindquist gets started, feel free.
Get the mic. Hello. Okay, thank you. If you look at Dr. Lindquist's biography, and it is Chandeska Chicana. Okay, it's not that hard. She's had a lot of experience here in North Dakota. Been at the school since 2003. Served a wide variety of functions, and in the end now has elected to be on the Ethics Commission. So her plate is full, and we're very, very pleased that you could come and talk to us today.
Thank you so much. I'm a little bit awed and overwhelmed, especially to follow this presentation. Like, oh my gosh, how do I fit in here? But I think it's also an appropriate segue, given the demographics and the information you've just been shared, and to your new board members' point about diversity, inclusivity, and what are we doing respectively on our individual campuses. But I need to begin by I have a handout for you that was created by the North Dakota Association of Tribal Colleges. There are 5 of us. I've learned over my professional career not to make assumptions about what people know and what you may or may not understand, particularly when it comes to American Indians and Alaska Natives, because typically it's greatly, greatly misunderstood and misconstrued. But there are 5 tribal colleges in North Dakota. We are respectively chartered by our home reservations. Most of us are reservation-based. United Tribes is a little bit of an anomaly from the national side, too, in that it's a conglomerate of the North Dakota tribes who established United Tribes Technical College. The tribal colleges have been around for over 50 years. We were created in the heydays of the 1960s, Vietnam, civil rights, the American Indian movement, and that. And Dene College was the first college which last year celebrated its 50th anniversary. My college, Chandeskachistana, which means Little Hoop, will be celebrating our 50th anniversary in 2024. So we've been around a while. And we were created because mainstream institutions were failing our people. That's the blunt of it. That's, and unfortunately, it's not been rectified by having tribal colleges and universities. We do phenomenal work. We serve our respective communities. I don't go to Fort Berthold or to Turtle Mountain to recruit, so I serve the Spirit Lake Reservation. But we also have open enrollment. Anybody is welcome to come to our institutions, and we're very affordable. We're very accessible. In North Dakota, well, let me talk nationally first. Nationally, there are about 37 tribal colleges and universities. We have 77 campus sites. We're in 16 states. We estimate we cover about 80% of Indian country. And collectively, for all of us, we serve close to 150,000 students. And of that 150,000, most of that's CEUs or continuing education types of community education programming and that. Degree seeking, probably 40 to 60,000. It just depends. We do iPads, we do all the data sets. We're accredited just like mainstream institutions. Our funding comes from the federal government. And there's a formula base for that. Now, I'm just proud to be a North Dakotan, and I am a native North Dakotan. Lindquist is my maiden name. My mother is Dakota and is still alive and well. I just moved in with her recently. I live in St. Michael, North Dakota. My father was half Swede, half Scandinavian, half Norwegian. And for those of you in the Scandinavian world, Norwegians and Swedes really don't get along. And then you have this Dakota dynamic. Here I am. I used to work for Governor Ed Schaefer as the North Dakota Indian Affairs Commissioner. And I love that job also. And I was working for him when gaming, casinos, compacting hit Indian country and the states and all that, so I got to be part of all that, those negotiations and that. I was also around when Devil's Lake started flooding in that. And so I've got this background, political background, administrative experience that I think has lent to me being a president of a college for starting my 17th year. So I know what I'm doing, and I'm proud of what I do, like my colleagues who are presidents here. It's really awesome work. And we really do what we do because of students and making a difference in people's lives. That's what it's all about. Lake Region State College essentially established Chandeskachistana Community College. And I don't know if President Darling was around way, way back then, but it began with Lake Region State College having classes out in Fort Totten at the Tribal Blue Building. And that's how we got our beginnings. And Merle Berg, who used to be the president here, was our president at Little Hoop when we were known as Little Hoop. So relationships are core to what we're about. And I think because we are in education, it's even more relevant to our work. We want what's better, not just for our students, our faculty and staff, but our respective communities, our respective states, the regions in which we live. And so I'm really proud to be Doug Darling's friend and colleague. Likewise, several of other ones in here. Larry Scogan has done some work with us through the American Indian College Fund and that. It's only through relationships and networking that we get things done. So how do I segue this back to that beautiful presentation? There are 5 tribes in North Dakota, like 5 tribal colleges. We're about 5, maybe 6% of the state's population, depending upon what demographic you look at. So, we're significant in North Dakota. It's unfortunate in this day and age. This past year, I had a University of North Dakota professor tell my daughter in a social work class that she was afraid to come to the reservation. Like, really, a social work class of all things. And my daughter being my daughter, there were 6 other Native students in that class, and they had a case study about urban inner cities and addressing, a social work case or whatever and that. And anyway, she was waiting. My daughter was waiting for somebody to speak up, and I said, "Well, did you speak up?" She said, "Well, I didn't in class, but I did afterwards." I'm like, "Well, thank you, my girl." Because if you don't point it out, people don't know what they don't know and their ignorance and that. So having stated that, these relationships are what breaks those barriers down. And it's only through education that we find the answers and the solutions. There was some startling and interesting demographics. And I'd like to segue all of that data and information to Indian country in North Dakota to parallel it. For Spirit Lake, we have 8,200 tribal members. About 4,500 live on or near the reservation. 37% of our population, of our tribal members for Spirit Lake, 14 miles out here, 37% are under the age of 18. So I believe part of the demographic shift in North Dakota and the relatively youngness of our population and that shift is coming from Indian country. Now, the other parallel on the education side for Spirit Lake, and I'm not sure, I don't have the statewide data for the reservation communities, but we still have a 50% high school dropout rate. He showed you the graph about bachelor's degrees in North Dakota, and I'm like, oh my gosh, really? I think it was 51% had an associate's or higher, meaning bachelor's. I thought the number was more like 26% or so. The national was 28, and he gave a different number for that. And I'm like, oh my gosh, the data has changed. For my tribe, for Spirit Lake, 7%. There was some stuff about, and I don't know the median income, but I know it's less than half of what was shown. There are 3 counties in North Dakota: Rolette, Benson, Sioux County, Turtle Mountain, Spirit Lake, Standing Rock. Double the U.S. poverty rate. My reservation, based on which data system you look at, and the data we go by is the Bureau of Indian Affairs for labor information on the reservations. But Spirit Lake, and I believe most all the reservations in North Dakota, except for Fort Berthold, probably our unemployment rate is still between 50 and 60%. Okay, so all of this is part of historical trauma, the forced assimilation of our people, or trying to force assimilation via the education systems, endemic poverty, learned dependency. As an educator, previously my life was health, but I've been a president now for 17 years, so now as an educator, we all know the pathway out of poverty, the pathway to prosperity, health and wellness is education, and there are all kinds of education. Whether it's looking at a demographic slideshow like that, which really opens your mind, gives you a bigger picture, then how do you segue it down into what do I do? What's my job? What's my role? I have been blessed in meeting really good people through what I do. And Chancellor Hageroth has opened his doors as the Chancellor of the North Dakota University System to invite the tribal colleges. So we're not one of the 11. We know that. We get it. We're these other things, these anomalies sitting out here. The 5 tribal college presidents in North Dakota were all North Dakota college. Actually, I think we're all UND grads, except Callie House, who's the interim at Turtle Mountain. She got her doctorate from Mary. We can forgive her that. But her master's is from UND. And I believe all 5 of us, we're all UND grads. And I personally tell my story when I talk about myself, that I would not be where I'm at if it was not for UND and for my personal education journey. And then people I met along the way who helped open my eyes and understand. And as I've learned and grown, there is just so much more to know. So this fact sheet that we produced for the North Dakota legislative session has some really good information. The 5 colleges, we produce our economic impact reports. similar to what you all do. And we use NDSU, Economics Department, to do that, same as you. So it can be believable because we feel that if it's just, we say it and it's coming from us or from a tribal college, is it real, is it true, and all that. But one of the things I'm most proud about that we did not do a good enough job in marketing was the point about that Indians pay taxes. And even being an Indian, and I just moved to the reservation here about a month ago, I pay state taxes in that. But we pay all the other taxes because there's this stereotype out there, oh, it's an Indian thing, it's an Indian issue, they don't pay taxes, go to the federal government, don't bring your problems here locally, meaning mostly to the state and or local in that. Our young people are getting much more active and involved and engaged. For the 2021 session coming up for the North Dakota Legislature, we're hoping to update the information on this sheet, particularly the one about Indians paying taxes, because it's, as far as we understand, it's the first of its kind, although several other states, more in the Pacific Northwest side, Washington and over that way, the Native people are doing this similar types of studies to help dispel the stereotype that Indians don't pay taxes. We get a check every month because we're Indian. Our education is free. Our health care is free. It's like, oh my gosh, if only that were true. I wouldn't have had to pay off student loans, Why would I have to work? Duh. Or we're all millionaires because of our casinos. These are fallacies, but these are the things we get asked. And I get asked those kinds of things by legislators, elected public officials, who I believe should know a little bit more, or at least have some common sense to ask somebody and to get better information. I do believe higher education, and particularly educators in general, I think we have a higher obligation to continue to open those doors, to continue to sit down and have the discourse, to better understand each other about who we are, how and why we live the way we do. My job is very challenging. I was just sharing with Phil and President Darling, my enrollment has been declining big time. For this fall, I'm at 169. For the last 4 or 5 years, I've been going down. My funding is based on headcount or FTE, the number of credit hours my students take and that. And we haven't quite figured it out, but we're trying to do some research in the data, but I believe it's tied to the endemic poverty, the historical trauma. There still is, for my community, there's still significant distrust for education. My mother is a product of boarding school, and as much as my mother has advocated for education, there's still a distrust, because it was meant to force assimilation. Cut your hair, dress like us. So my mom's generation, that's still very prominent and alive and being punished. As an elder, my mom is speaking Dakota to me all the time. Mom, you didn't teach me. I think you're saying this, but as she ages, she's just speaking it. But her family decided for her generation that they wouldn't speak Dakota, at least publicly in that. So we have all these things that compound out. The other advent relative to declining enrollment is drugs. And it's not just Indian country, it's rural America in general in that. I believe all those factors contribute to why I'm having declining enrollment. But at the same time, we do such phenomenal work. 2015, we announced our first civil engineer for the Spirit Lake Dakota Nation, who was an NDSU grad from a program through my college and NDSU for pre-engineering, but we had this young man as a dual credit college credit student for high school. We did weekend academies for STEM, strengthening, EBSCOR funded, okay. Then he became my student. He got to know the professors who came to my campus, and then he transferred to Fargo. So it wasn't such a big city culture shock type of a thing, So 2015, our first civil engineer. And I tell people, my numbers are small, but that's okay. I'm going to take my 30, 40 graduates every year because if my little college was not there, we would not have college graduates. I would not have a civil engineer. Right now, we've got about 8 or 9 RNs who have come from UND's, the RAIN program at UND. I'm still hoping UND will get me a doctor Dr. Nguyen. Although the InMed program at UND is a stellar, world-renowned program. I believe it's graduated at least 25% of this country's indigenous physicians, if not more in that. And then the other thing about the med school, I used to be an adjunct faculty member for community medicine. Maybe I still am. But I know a high percentage of the doctors coming out of InMed and or the med school in Grand Forks stay in the region. They like practicing, in the Northern Plains and that. So there's still much to be done. We don't have a doctor. I don't have researchers. I have no Native people in the pipeline for any of my faculty positions, let alone my position, student services, HR, accounting, all of that. But slowly, and through the types of partnerships that President Darling shared with you a little bit earlier, we're making it happen. Policy-wise, there's more things you could help us with relative to these types of things and supporting that. So President Darling and I are working on this other little project that Senator Kramer, when he brought Secretary Acosta to North Dakota, former Secretary Acosta, threw out some, what I thought we had an opportunity, and I still think we have this opportunity to pitch a North Dakota project specific to Department of Labor and apprenticeships, yeah. But what we're trying to do is to also connect it to higher education. So then higher education side over here, labor over here, higher ed has these things called work-study programs and internships that need to be linked up with apprenticeships to create, for me in my community, but I think a lot of communities in this country and in North Dakota particularly, creating that scaffolding, that ladder pathway, but have it to be more specific so they can stop out, they can understand this is a career, this is a profession. I can stop out along the way to get that certificate or the associate's degree, and oh, look, I've got so many credits, I might as well keep going and get my bachelor's. And then I become this professional. The other issue on that, at least on my side, is that the recognition from Department of Labor, but us recognizing for our rural communities and for Indian country particularly, industry means the tribal college. Industry means the Indian Health Service Clinic, which is now mostly tribal health, tribal government, gaming and casino operations. We're blessed, we have Sioux manufacturing on my reservation, but it's struggling right now. And we have a pre-engineering program going with them, an advanced manufacturing project that actually I think Wahpeton helped us launch, segueing from our HVAC program and that a few years back. But there are ways to help that do, and if we in higher ed have all those pieces and get it and understand that, and then get our policymakers to understand this is what we're trying to do, which I think would speak to some of the previous program or the presentation he just talked to you all about relative to addressing those demographics. How do we better serve our people? It's by having this kind of discourse, this opportunity. So I've kind of gone all over the place, as I usually do. I usually digress in that. Social work, CDL, which started from money from the state workforce development money. Early childhood education to the point about childcare. Serious issue on my res, and I think for the Lake region and that in general relative to childcare. Thriving programs right now that we have in partnership with Lake Region State College, Mayville State College, is where ECE, early childhood education, and then UND on social work and that. But we're trying to create positions that are going to come back to the reservation for employability on the reservation level. But it's also Lake Region level to a certain extent. So if you want home-based care, licensed addiction counselors, those kinds of things, which we need. And we're getting ready on my reservation to open up a 15-bed residential center funded by private money. Our problem is that we don't have LACs, licensed addiction counselors, or psychiatry, psychology, mental health, behavioral health, and that we're trying to fill that gap. So Dr. Nguyen, Dr. McDonald from the Inside program at UND is trying to help us figure out another way to staff that program. How do we provide residential care for the Spirit Lake Reservation and or the Lake Region community and that? So there's some phenomenal things and amazing projects going on. And we need to do a better job of sharing that. And so again, these types of formats or these kinds of events and forums help us to do that, to share that. It's a good time and a good day to be a North Dakotan. You mentioned the legacy study that's coming up. And I whispered in Phil's ear, please ask the people, ask the students, ask the faculty, what would you do with that? If you had access to that money? I get irate. I'm a North Dakota citizen, I'm a taxpayer, and I'm like, we're sitting on $6 billion, I'm sorry, for 740 or 50,000 people. There should have been a massive amount of that money thrown at higher ed, thrown at K-12. Here, try something, whatever that is. Free college for 4 years for whoever, wherever. I like to hear about that. And maybe it's not practical, maybe whatever, but why not talk about it? Why not have that discourse, those ideas, throw them out there, and that to make it better? That wage gap, for me, has been an issue all along. You know, a lot of my friends who are two people, couples, families, most of them are working 2 or 3 jobs to make ends meet. I don't think that has changed. When they're technical, professional people, it's like, what? You know, and service industry and that. So there's a lot to do. And yet, in our ways, we're all doing it. How do we do it better? How do we cooperate better? How do we work together better? It's happening, and I'm really proud of the North Dakota University system. I'm proud of the State Board of Higher Ed to invite us, the tribal colleges, to be at your meetings and to participate. So hopefully we can exchange some ideas and maybe take it a little bit further than that. And so for that, I say, Mitakio Asi, we're all related. Padamia, thank you. Questions?
Thank you so much, Dr.
Kind of went
Lindquist.
all
Thank
over the
you.
place, I'm sorry, but I'm like, oh my gosh, I got these people here, I've got to.
Thank you so much. And, you know, we do need to continue to find ways to partner and to break those barriers. With that, Phil, I know you had a couple of words that you wanted to say.
Well, I just would like to thank the North Dakota Association of Tribal Colleges because they've had the chancellor come and talk to them, and you've been able to present, and we've been able to find these opportunities and look for them. And based on what you've heard, you know, there are some possibilities out there. I'm really gratified to hear some of the things that are already happening. So in the end, thank you very much, Dr. Lindquist, for raising our awareness here, and that's part of the deal. Thank you.
I think I'd want to make another comment relative to my appointment to the North Dakota Ethics Commission, and some media was out there about conflict of interest because my college gets some money from the state. I was like, oh yeah, give me a break. Two different things from my perspective. And all the tribal colleges, we do get some money from the state through the North Dakota University system. It's called the non-beneficiary program. Non-beneficiary equates or means the non-Indian students. Our funding is federal funding. And that federal funding is specific to Native students only. So for 25 years, the tribal colleges tried to get money from the state, or for the state to understand, we only get resources for the Indian students. So finally, in 2007 or so, we got the state to understand, and the legislature passed a bill for this non-beneficiary program. It uses the federal formula for the distribution of that. My little college, again, from the state level, there are about 4,000 tribal college students in North Dakota for the 5 tribal colleges. About 10% are non-Native students. For my little college, averaging 200 students the last 4 or 5 years, I've averaged about $44,000 from the state for the non-Indian students that attend my college. That money I use not for a specific position, but so like we have tutoring, we have transportation, we do other skill building events and that for our students about college applications, transferring, all of that. And that's how I use my little $45,000 a year towards supporting those students. And then the chancellor's office, I believe, shares with the state board and a report that we submit to you all about our graduation rates, the numbers, and that for each of the 5 tribal colleges. So just to put it formally out there.
Any questions for Dr. Lindquist? Again, thank you for being with us today, and we'll invite you back again as we continue to make the rounds. I know that we had Russ here a couple of meetings ago, so thank you again.
Thank you all, and thank you for your service also.
Okay, thanks. Board members, that brings us down off of the lunch and back down to underneath of the Chancellor reports, item number 36. This is kind of like Christmas time, you know, when you get excited to open the gifts and the presents. It's 36, it's actually, 37, sorry. Yeah, the joint boards meeting is not, it's exciting, but not quite that exciting. But, so we'll talk a little bit about fall enrollment. Dr. Weber?
Thank you, Chair Hacker. There's a document being passed along. This didn't make the meeting notes primarily because Monday was census date, which means the data for enrollment was only available Tuesday morning. So I'll wait just a second for those to make its rounds. And just for your information, census date is set as the 20th day of classes on the traditional calendar. That's the last day to add classes. And the relevance of that really is that that's the day we take a snapshot of students and we use that data for federal reporting. So that's the primary purpose for it, and it's kind of become, when we talk about enrollment, when people ask for numbers, those are the numbers we use just because they're consistently reported every year and it matches what's been reported to the federal government. But there was some talk earlier about other programs that meet on other schedules. So those generally, a lot of those students are sometimes not caught in these traditional calendar date snapshots. Okay, so what you have in front of you on the front side of the document is just the fall 2019 headcount and FTE. So these are the numbers, the official numbers based on Monday's count. Overall, the head count is down 2.1% from last fall, and the FTE is down 3.4%. We were expecting somewhere between a 2.5% and 3% decrease, so those are really right in line with what we were anticipating we would see. The second side of the chart, I just brought in for you the historical head count and FTE. And it was kind of interesting as we were watching the presentation earlier, this matches that same trajectory. If we do look at this from a larger time frame, I think a lot of times the focus is what's been happening in the last few years. But if we expand it out and say what's been happening in the last 20 years. So since the year 2000, if we use 2000 as a baseline, we have 28% more students now enrolled than we did in 2000. It was as high as 39% at the peak of our enrollment, but we're still running at 28% more students. A lot of, I also would like to point out that similar to what we saw in the presentation earlier, if you look at 2007 on this graph, that was when we saw a really rapid increase. And that also did correlate with what was happening. It was kind of an anomaly in terms of higher education enrollment and what was going on in the rest of the country. Because of the oil boom, we had a lot more people coming into the state. The recession in general drove people back to college. And so part of the decrease in enrollment since that time was really to be expected because that was an anomaly in the population returning to school. The other thing I'd like to point out on this particular graph is if you look at the two lines, as time has progressed, there's been a widening gap between them. And what that really speaks to is we have more part-time students attending as time has progressed as well. So that's really just what I wanted to show you for today, just to give you an idea of where we're at and what it looks like historically. And I'll stand for any questions if you have any.
Thank you, Dr. Weber. Questions?
I could just make one comment.
Sure, Chesler.
And just, I think as you know before, we rely on each president and their staff to analyze their unique environment factors. We've said before, Williston is not Wahpeton, which is why you've been so unleashing the potential of the presidents with tuition policy and other things. They've got to try to meet their market. So they are all analyzing what they're seeing because there is some divergence perhaps east-west, maybe a Minnesota thing, we're not sure. But we're still digging down. Again, this is just 2 days out. And Dr. Weber never likes to say anything she can't back up with the data. So I was trying to get her to lean forward, like, well, what would you speculate? I'm not speculating anything. So that's why you got a very initial report. But again, given the national trends, and Member Hacker did a wonderful presentation to the interim committee of the legislature, some states are imploding. Maine is just, you look at the graphs from Maine, you look at some Midwestern states, but South Dakota's growing, Montana's growing, Wyoming's growing, Minnesota's actually flat to slightly growing. So it's a good place to be, and we're looking very carefully at where we need to respond and adapt. But she'll have more information as the time goes on, as she meets with the college teams individually. Thanks.
Thank you, Chancellor. And I would just add the differences between our institutions are a lot of diversity in how each institution operates and the different things happening within each. So if you have questions about an individual institution, I just encourage you to have a conversation versus speculate, because the way you read these numbers, you can glean one answer, and until you have a conversation about incoming freshmen, transfer ins, transfer outs, when you get the bigger picture, you may come away with a different conclusion compared to what the numbers just say on paper at times. So, but really great work by all the institutions. Our enrollment, for all effective purposes, is fairly stable, would be my answer at this time. And so, with that, any other questions, comments, feedback? Hearing none. All right. The NDS student report. This time, Member DeShock.
Thank you. So the NDSA held its first meeting a few weeks back in Fargo. There were some great preliminary topics discussed as that organization gets running again. I think sometimes the faculty and staff are able to meet over the summer. Students don't have that flexibility necessarily, so we're picking things up now. Cambry Smith is the new president. That was announced at the last board meeting, but she's taken some decisive and proactive steps as the president, and so the organization is in good hands preparing for the student issues for the coming year. Conversations about bills and resolutions are already occurring, so we'll see more conversations on items we've already discussed, such as the political activities conversation happening at our next meeting at UND. I think the NDSA has done a great job working with institutions at developing some young leaders. I've had conversations about NDSA with, I believe, all the institutions I visited with. Yesterday, conversations with Lake Region's Student Senate and trying to get young leaders to participate so they can get active about the issues affecting them in the state. Today we actually had 2 other student leaders join us as well in the audience. They made the drive out early this morning. We had Gracie Leon, who is the UND student body president. She had to step out for a bit, but she's also serving on the presidential search committee. And then we're also joined by Taylor Toso here in person. He's the gentleman in the red tie, and he is serving as the Vice President of Government Affairs. And the reason why there are more students here is because I think in the last few years, this body has done a really great job of taking in student feedback, taking in student opinion, discussing those issues that are really affecting those students. And so students are taking greater interest in what this body is doing. So I think that is a testament to what the people in this room, the presidents, the staff at the NDUS, staff at the institutions have done in terms of welcoming students and allowing them to participate in these conversations. And as a final note, I want to personally thank you all for that exact same sentiment. As a new board member, the last few months I have been welcomed with open arms by many of you. I appreciate those conversations greatly as I'm learning about the role and entering my position. And I want you to know that that is greatly appreciated when it happens to me and when it happens to other student leaders. So unless there's other questions, that is the NDSA report.
Thank you, Caleb. And, really, I would be remiss if we didn't talk about the folks that sat here before and led off with student success, and that means student involvement and engagement. And Kathy was instrumental in ensuring, and Don did the same, of ensuring that we give you guys a voice. We want to hear from you. You're our customer. So let's continue to keep that focus. So thank you.
Nick, I think Kathy and you and I, we all recognize we've been blessed with outstanding student leaders on this board. And I think Caleb is going to carry that tradition.
Great, thank you. Dr. Dregseth, CCF report.
Thank you. I'm not sure if you didn't give me a working microphone on purpose or whatever, but I appreciate Jill sharing hers with me. I spent the last 2 years as the president of the Council of College Faculties, which is the statewide faculty senate, is probably the best way to explain that. They voted me in as the faculty representative on the board. So this is my first official board meeting at the table, but I've been to a couple of years worth of board meetings, so I feel like that is going to give me some background and knowledge. We also had our organizational meeting on September 17th. We haven't done a lot lately. We're warming up as well. We don't meet over the summer. Our new president is Ken Hellevang from NDSU. Betsy Banier from Lake Region is going to continue on as vice president. Jeff Hart is continuing on as treasurer parliamentarian, which is a little bit of a misnomer because we have literally no money and never had. But we use his skills as a parliamentarian very well. And he's also the faculty rep on SAC. Betsy's the faculty rep on AAC. Joan Oss has stepped down as secretary, and Elizabeth Legersky from UND will be our secretary. So we're really excited about our new team. And if you don't know how Council of College Faculties works, it's kind of like Congress. The larger schools get more members on the Council of College Faculties, so it depends on how many students you have, how large your school is, so it is a little bit like Congress that way. So I'm excited to be here and back with many of you that I know, and I think that's all I have.
Thank you. It's wonderful to have you up here and not just in the crowd, and so wonderful to have you here. Matter?
Yes, so thank you. Much like Dr. Dragseth, I am also at my first full board meeting at the table and greatly appreciate this opportunity and look forward to working with you in the coming years on this. We had our State Staff Senate meeting on September 9th. We did not meet in August, although we typically do meet over the summer months as well, but just with the back-to-school responsibilities, our first meeting of this academic year was September 9th. I apologize for not having a prepared summary from all of the campuses to have distributed. I got it sent to me during this meeting, so I will distribute that afterwards, but I was able to go through and pull out a couple of highlights of what the staff senates have been doing. Bismarck State College is working with, the staff senate is working with the Student Government Association to start some little free pantries around campus. We're staff senate's going to be sponsoring the first one and working with where the best place to put that to meet our students' needs, recognizing, as was mentioned in one of the comments earlier, the more part-time students, and that's really because they're working. And so we're trying to find ways to support them in their income and food security needs while they're attending college. And so I think this is just a really great partnership. They approached us to ask to be involved in that at BSC. So we're doing that. We're also have some staff members who are going to be a part of the presidential search process, as you know, they're looking forward to working with you as well on that. Several of the colleges have been doing, or in the system office as well, or core technology, I'm sorry, as well, have been doing some fundraising to benefit their staff senates. So we also typically do not have budgets for things such as professional development. A lot of the staff senates like to support scholarship opportunities for students. So they've been doing those fundraising efforts as well. A few colleges have done some Employee Recognition Week events over the past, in September was Employee Recognition Month. Traditionally has been State Employee Recognition Week. And so they have taken that upon themselves as their staff senates to provide that recognition to their campus, which has been generally well received. And I think something that we could even expand upon to make more of a presence among the system to recognize our state employees as part of that larger state employee recognition events. So I will send the full set of updates to you, and you can check your email on that afterwards. In addition to that, I've also taken the opportunity over the past few weeks to travel and visit as many of the staff senates as I can. I've typically sent an invitation to the staff senate president, who then arranges it with their campus to have representatives from their staff senate as well as just general staff members to attend. So far, I've made 6 of 12, and it's 12 because of including the core technology. They do have a staff senate as well. I've been really enjoying those conversations there. Staff are very engaged and very excited to have a voice. I think the concern that they're going to have is, okay, so we give these inputs and ideas, and they want to be, considered and not just be discussion or talk. So I'm looking forward to bringing some of those forward. I hope to wrap up all of my site visits as soon as feasible for me, and then we'll bring that back to this board as well.
Thank you. I was a little nervous we were no longer going to get that report that we get in our email box. I actually appreciate that. So thank you for continuing that. It's appreciated by myself and I'm sure others. That brings us down to public comment. So seeing a whole lot of bodies here left, unless the IT guys would like to join public comment. But just assessment on the meeting. Thank you for being kind to me on my first day on the job. Any bad reviews, I would recommend we doing it off the air versus on. Our next meeting is October 24th. That will be via technology, and then followed up by the December 3rd meeting, which will be at the University of North Dakota in hopes of that meeting selecting our new president. And so do plan for a full day on the 3rd, and I'm sure we'll have some probably social the evening before. We'll see what UND would like to plan. With that, is there anything for the good of the order?
Via technology, would that be Ivan or a conference call? Do we know yet?
Really depends. We do have a couple of items that we took off of this agenda that I think having the face-to-face via Ivan might be a really good idea. If we have those topics back on, one that the students are reviewing one final time. And so likely it will be face-to-face on Ivan so that we can handle. There's some heavy lifting in some of those topics.
Mr. Chair, if I make one comment. I've had two people mention, why was there no November meeting? Well, the 3 December meeting is a November meeting, really. We typically don't have a December meeting. So for the press in the room, it isn't like we canceled the November meeting. It's November and December. How about that? So.
Thank you. Well, with that, that's a wrap, folks. Have a great, safe trip home.